Boy, what a what a fucking week. Hi everybody. Apologies for being significantly late. I did not sleep well, and I decided that it's a Saturday and I deserve a nap. So there's that. Ah, all right. Just a second. Twitch is not Twitch. Twitter is recommending. What is this? What are you recommending to me? I thought for a moment that it's recommending the some AI slop account. Don't care. What is the other one? Oh. Oh, wait, that's the Goku Shufudo manga artist. I'm going to follow that. How's everybody doing today? Hopefully you slept better than I did, I guess. All right, we're going to do some React slopping. HEB. There's an episode about HEB. Okay, we're going to watch that. No, that's not true. I was about to say I was never inside of an HEB, but that's a lie. I've been at least a couple of times. All right. So we do have our happenings for the day that we probably should cover, I guess. Or we can actually start with a little palate cleanser. We're going to start with the palate cleanser. Cat grooming videos. Hell yeah.
Representing Mr. Maurice, a Maine Coon who was, on July 10th, subjected to a series of events that can only be described as cruel and unusual grooming. Exhibit A, the weigh-in. Maurice was declared 19 pounds, Your Honor. The scale was rude and the number was unnecessary.
Oh, look, there's stuff there. 19 pounds. I thought he was a lot bigger. Okay, I'm hoping he stays still because
he is very fluffy, so
he doesn't like to stay still so far. He matted.
I did not consent to any of this.
Exhibit B, the deception. My client was lured onto the grooming table with tube treats. Let the record show. He was not informed these were bribes.
You get some hair in your mouth?
he doesn't
The
seem
worst of
to
his matting
mind.
is underneath. It's going to be a challenge. I need to get you another tube. Probably you're gonna need 10.
He was then shaved with a 10 blade because his coat was deemed too matted. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever been turned into a lion against your will?
I'm talking to you. I know you can't hear me. Oh, he's got some sore skin under there from the matting. That's not good. That's probably why he doesn't like this. Not letting them do it at home. Can we?
Oh, he's also, I guess that has to do with the fact that he's like ivory white. That's why he has heterochromia as well.
Finish tube, or are we gonna step all in it and then we're gonna smell like fishy tube after? She said he will mouth you, but he won't actually bite. Do we take that risk? I did that one time. You cannot jump off. Please tell me your tail isn't matted so that I don't have to shave it. Hi, I have to shave under here. Are we gonna have to happy hoodie you? I don't even know if it'll matter because you're deaf, but it could help.
He was then hooded without consent.
I think it's, yeah, even if the cat can't hear. Oh, he's deaf. That's also common for like pure white cats.
Okay, will this help you stay still for 3 seconds? He's very confused.
And then rolled on his side like a sack of potatoes.
Okay, I think we're gonna have to get you to lay down. Good luck.
That's a lot of hair.
His tail whipped in protest. He made multiple escape attempts, all blocked by the groomer. And the cameraman, he was silent. He was complicit.
Oh, you don't like me? Sorry. I'm trying to be helpful and remove all of your matting.
Your Honor, I was fighting for my life.
Stay there. See how red he is here? It's from all the matting. They have other Maine Coons, and this one they said has different coat texture, and they find it really difficult to maintain it. He's so done with me. And we're just getting started. He's being good, and but he's getting frustrated. Okay, we only have a little bit of matting left. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Okay? Are you in there? Do another lay down. Get fed up and lay down.
He's trying to walk off the table.
Exhibit C, the bath.
It's all right.
Deemed too large for the cat tub, he was drenched in duck shampoo, sprayed with the hose like he was starting a riot. He screamed, she apologizes, but she continued. No one consulted him. No one asked if he wanted to smell like poultry.
Ooh, okay. She said that you like water. Did she lie? She said he goes into the shower with her when she's showering. I'm sorry. Stop yelling at me.
I was soaked in shame.
Deaf cats don't know how loud they are, so they tend to meow very, very loud.
It's a good thing that he's not aggressive, because a cat that large would have been a menace.
Sir. You're okay, buddy. He says, no, I am not. I'm very much not okay right now. I'm sorry. It's over. That was traumatizing. It's okay. You got tube all over your face. Oh. I think this was the worst day of his life. Okay. Okay. We're gonna go in the rage cage because we're deaf, so we probably won't panic. Okay? And you'll dry in 3 seconds.
Then they put him in something called the rage cage, which sounds like a WWE finishing move, not a drying system.
He's smart. Not all cats figure out that there's a hole here. I knew that was coming.
And when he didn't dry fast enough, they shoved him into the easy bake oven for cats. He barely fit. He roasted in silence.
It smelled like betrayal and burned dignity.
Please, could you stay still for 3 seconds?
And then, as if the humiliation weren't already complete, he was subjected to shaving.
Hey
again.
there, Archdemon. We're watching
All he
a
wants to do is
a
jump
very
off his
big
table.
Maine Coon
That's it.
being shaved.
Just continuously plotting how he can jump off.
Your
The
Honor,
stream is not
had my
available in
client
your
not-
region. Have you not purchased your your wanking license from the corner shop? I'm sorry to rub it in, Digby. It's reflexive. I know it's bad. We actually have a bit of news to react to about that. But yeah, apparently, I'm honestly impressed. The UK has managed to cyber gulag itself faster than the Russians did. It's kind of impressive.
Not endured enough. He was soaked, shriveled, and emotionally shattered. And yet, they picked up the clippers once more.
It's a great cat. Yeah, that is very true. Your cyber gulag, well, for one, your cyber gulag at least works. This is the girl with dogs, yes.
It's like impossible. He won't stop moving.
The Maine Coon videos are always my favorite.
You okay? Okay. He's very much done with me and my antics. But like, I'm not done with you. You still have stuff that needs to be done. And your haircut is so choppy because you will not stop moving. Like, what is happening here?
Well, the problem with this one is that he's also deaf. And he was extremely matted, so he had to be shaven. He had to get a lion shave.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing.
He wants off the
Like, he's
table.
good, but he just doesn't stop moving.
He tried to reason with them using slow blinks.
Slow blink. Okay? Can you stop moving? Okay, you can brush my mane. For that, I will remain still.
He offered friendship, a truce. He even
Did
lifted
this a
his
couple
chin
of
to
Siberians
assist
took
with the
it very
brushing
well?
of his bib. A vulnerable act of
Does not
cooperation.
want me brushing out this back foot. I'm sorry. Here, I can shave it, but like you don't stop moving, sir. Ugh. No, don't shoot.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that was quite the hiss. Hey,
He then hissed louder than any creature I've ever
we're
heard.
gonna need a bubble, I think.
He
Sorry.
doesn't fit the
Just have to brush
bubble.
out this glorious tail of yours.
And what was the response? The trouble bubble, the cone of shame, the medieval torture hat.
Good.
The bubble
good.
is too
Okay, now
small
done.
for it.
No, they're really short. You need to wipe your eyes.
Your Honor, I am seeking justice for my client, Maurice.
Okay. Finish with tube? Oh, thank you. Please come again.
I hope your blow dryer explodes.
Yeah, it is a shame that he's like that, but I think isn't it common for like pure white maned cats that they're often deaf and have heterochromia? I think it has something to do with like the selection that they have to undergo to get that coat color. We need more cat content. Listen, I try to pepper in a little bit of cat content here and there. I spoil you sometimes. Let's see if there's any more Maine Coons being groomed recently. Maybe we can insert that in between the segments. Ragdolls. We can set this one aside. Common in a lot of white and blue-eyed cats. Yeah. One of yours had to undergo a test to determine if he was deaf or not. I see. It is kind of difficult to tell whether a cat is deaf or just indifferent to what you tell him. I love that pattern of cat. Maine Coons and Siberians are my favorite thing ever. I may be able to move to an apartment with a little bit more living space, and I'm going to consider probably aspiring to get a cat finally. To have a known genetic link where you got a shitload of electrodes, very unpleasant. Yeah, that's does sound about right. Right, so this we're going to set aside. Meanwhile, wake up, honey. The new Glock has dropped. The 26X. I don't know what this is. I saw it as I was setting up.
Lenny McGill with the Glock Store Performance and Custom Shop right here in the amazing Nashville studios today. And you know what? It's an amazing day for everybody here at the Glock Store because we're going to talk about the 26X. Yes, finally, it's here.
So the 26, if I recall correctly, is like an itty bitty. I think it's double stack. I think it's a double stack Glock, but it's like the smallest Glock. It's so small it's impractical.
This is one of the first prototypes that we've got off the press, you know, and we've been torture testing these, so
hey there,
it's
Patchwork.
basically
Yeah, good old Lenny
almost
McGill.
ready. But we wanted to show you because it's so darn exciting. There's so much talk about it on the internet. And it's a real thing. People are, you know, are questioning, is it real? Are you just joking? No, it's real. It's here. We worked with one of the top designers in the country, Dusty at Grit Grips, to design this frame because, well, he's, like I said, one of the best.
Nah, we all know that children just use Glocks with switches.
Guys in the country, and we wanted to make sure this thing is perfect. And you know what? I think we have hit this thing out of the ballpark because it is amazing. We've torture tested about 10,000.
Okay, that is definitely not a 26 grip. I am going to guess it's probably like a 43. Let me try to actually compare that. It might be a 43X grip with maybe an even shorter slide. Okay.
Rounds. It's shooting fantastic. Everything is great. Now, there's a couple advantages here because a lot of people are kind of questioning, well, why would I buy that? What's the difference between that and a 19? And I'm going to tell you about this real quick here. And something that I discovered really shooting it, but there's been a little talk on the internet about the fact that now with red dots, everybody's shooting red dots, right? With the red dot optic, you don't really need the long slide. So a lot of people in competition are getting away from the 34 and going into the 47. Not the 17, but the 47, because the 47 has the 19 guide rod, the shorter guide rod. Because what they're finding is in the cycle, it cycles a little faster. And it allows you to see the red dot faster. It gets back on target faster. And you're able to shoot faster because you can see the red dot, you can see your sights. And so the shorter cycle of the guide rod, now there's a lot of talk on the internet about this, is what people have found to be an advantage. What we found is that the shorter cycle of the 26 guide rod with a red dot gets it back on target even faster. And it's really amazing. You know, again, it's something, you know, it's subtle. But the fact is you can get back on target and shoot your shots faster because you can see that red dot faster. So that's one of the things that, you know, was kind of a surprise to me as I, you know, got into this and started shooting a bunch and I was thinking, wow, I'm shooting really well.
I feel like that's an element that's going to be unique to competition shooting like that. That sounds like a very, very sportified competition shooting concern, as opposed to attempt to, you don't care about terminal ballistics on cardboard.
With this, is it the grip? What is it?
I mean, the 17 and the 19th is still, well, not for comp shooting, actually. I think very few competition shooters go with the 17 or the 19 because, like, it's not a race gun by any extent of the imagination. You really need to replace pretty much everything but the frame on a Glock to make it viable in high-level competition. People will they'll install things like gas pedals, like on the flared takedown lever. They'll trick out the trigger because like a 5 to 4 pound trigger isn't really viable for competition. So yeah, most people I've seen run competitions, they usually do that with stuff like, I don't know, with fucking CZs and tricked out 2011s.
You know, and basically my team said, hey, you know what? There's a lot of talk about this shorter cycling with a shorter guide rod, and that's one of the advantages you're going to find. Of course, there's a lot of other advantages too, over the 26, over the 19, and even over the G43X. And I'm a big fan of the G43X. I carry a 43X, and that's really what prompted me to develop this 26X, because while the 43X is a great gun to carry, it's not a lot of fun to shoot.
Yeah, that's true. That's accurate.
It's snappy. It's just, you know, it's not, I don't really shoot as well with this as I do with a 17 or a 19. So I said, okay, well, what's the solution is really, let me develop a gun that is easy to carry, fun to carry, but at the same time shoots well, hence the 26X. All right, so now let's go through some of the advantages. First of all, the 26X will take your parts. If you have a 26, if you have a 27, if you have a 33, it'll take those parts, digest it into the frame. Okay, just like that. And it takes your upper and you put it straight on the upper. So no matter what, if it's a...
So it's a stubby little 26 slide on a like not a full, but like on a compact size grip.
The Gen 3. Here's a Gen 3 upper. I've got Gen 3 parts in it. This is a Gen 3 upper. It just slips right on. And, all right. Just like that. Boom. So there's a Gen 3 option, right? You can notice the color difference of the Gen 3 versus the Gen 5. All right. Here's a Gen 5 with an optic on it, okay? And here's the Gen 5 option. Now, I've got this one actually set up with one of our EDC magwells. That's an extra part, but it's pretty cool because you're going to notice what we've done not only on this frame, not only the texturing, which is really nice, but we've done the knuckle undercut. We've also done the trigger undercut. So when I put this slide on here.
26 is also a double stack. So it's essentially like a stubbier 19, I guess.
There's the Gen 5 option. So there's a Gen 3, Gen 5, Gen 5 parts, Gen 3 parts. Now, as the gun is fully assembled, a couple things to notice. One, it's balanced really well.
No, the 43X is a great carry gun. Like, I carry mine every day. Not a fan of super stubby subcompacts. My concern is, like, what is going to happen with the actual round when it has to leave the barrel and impact something that's not cardboard, you know? But the 43X is a great gun. You can train past... Like, is it a pleasant gun to shoot? By no extent of the imagination. It's snappy. You need to have your hand shake down very well. It does not... It shows your bad technique and your bad fundamentals very quickly. Like, I'll have pretty flared out fucking groups, especially if I'm shooting, like, one-handed from my weak hand. I get shots on target pretty okay with a two-handed grip if I'm not rushing, if I'm not pulling it. So, but it does very little for you. If you compare it to something that's more of a sporterized gun, like the what was my peer group trying to pressure me into buying? A Springfield no, it wasn't a 1911. What the fuck was it? Was a Springfield some compensated Springfield 2011. Like, it's a way nicer gun to shoot, like with a gigantic SRO on top. It's like clicking heads in a video game compared to my Glock. But as like a balance between shootability and an everyday carry, it's fantastic because I can conceal it very well with very little effort. Like, basically any shirt with a more or less broken up pattern is going to conceal it. Definitely not the case for anything 2011.
When you have a 26, 27, 33, it's got a terrible little grip. You just can't really shoot this well. The
Yes,
19,
that is true.
great gun in my mind. However, it's heavy and it's big. That extra piece right there really makes a big difference. So notice the difference in size here of the 19 versus the 26X. Of course, the frame is the same because we like the Glock frame. We like the size of the 19 frame.
Wait, so it's literally just a 19 frame cut down to a 26 slide? Okay.
But with the trigger undercut and the knuckle cut, you really get a better grip on this gun and you can drive it a lot better. Now, the other big feature to me is the fact that it really is the same size as a 43.
It's a full-sized with the dust cover cut down to the length of the frame. But yes, the grip is... Well, no, it's not full-sized because Glock 19 is technically a compact-sized grip module. The 17 is the full-sized one.
X. Okay, so here's a 43X. I'll drop that magazine so we can be the same size. But you can see here, same length, same profile, just a little bit wider.
Half an inch, yes.
With the double stack magazine, which brings me to the next point. It's 15 rounds versus 10. So in my mind, this is the 26X is the G43 killer, okay? Because I'm gonna carry the 26X because it has the extra rounds and it shoots better, it shoots faster in a sense. In my mind, I can actually drive this better. It accepts all the factory magazines and the aftermarket magazines. That's a 19. Here's a 17 magazine. Boom, oh, no problem.
But like, here's the thing. The concealability of a handgun is driven by the grip module. Like, at that point, just carry a 19. I'm not going to knock this because, like, if this fills someone's niche, more power to you. But I would rather just get a Glock 19. Because, like, I'm going to get a little bit more real estate in the barrel. It's going to have better ballistic performance. Because my shooting use case is not paper. I carry it in case someone decides to politely ask me for my belongings at 2 a.m. when I'm going to the gas station to pick up a white monster.
Problem. And of course, if you want to have some fun, there's a 33 round magazine. Any of the Glock magazines, it will accept. So it is, in my mind.
I do like the magazine compatibility, but then again, just get a 19.
find, one of the best frames that I've ever developed myself. But I will tell you that Dusty, who is our designer, he said to me, that's the best frame I've ever seen. And he's been around for a while, okay? He's got a good history, with some other companies as well, making stuff. So I think everybody, the team that we have to help put this together has really been amazing. One of the things we also did too, because your 26s, 27s don't have rails, okay? So we went ahead and
okay. The rail, well, because it's a fucking 19 module, of course it has a rail. I think he's trying to emphasize it's good for carry, but also comp shooting because it's small but not too. Well, I get that, but I don't know. If you're trying to do everything with us, I don't think that the difference of let me quickly check. Nope, that's the wrong. Again, if you think that this scratches your particular itch, more power to you. I don't know. I'm not going to say that I'm not a fan, but so you lose a whole inch of barrel. An inch of barrel when you're already not working with a lot on a Glock, on a handgun. I feel like that impacts terminal ballistics significantly. So you're reducing that dwell time of the round in the chamber, which initially isn't great. What's the length of a Glock barrel? It's like like 4 inches, I think. Here we go. Let me try to. Yeah, the full size one is 4. Like if you're gonna lose 20%. Not even 25% of your dwell time on a 9mm, which doesn't really have any ass to spare. I don't know, man. Just is the return to target really that tangibly different between a 19 and a 26?
Added a rail on the 26X so that it accepts your lights and lasers and everything else. Basically the same exact rail as a 43X, all right? Because we couldn't put the big lights on there because there wasn't enough room. So the 26X accepts the light lasers for the 43X just like that. So it's pretty phenomenal. Okay, so we're basically...
I'm going to say this. It's good to have options. Will I look to buy this? Very unlikely. I would rather get a 19 with an accurate cut. Or the VP9 has been whispering into my ear very incessantly recently. I just need to go and find a place that has them as rentals to shoot it. And make a final decision whether or not the extra $300 that I would need to pay for the VP9 is worth it.
Now in a situation where we're in the final testing and we've got this thing ready to rock and roll. It's been a long journey. I mean, literally to get from point A to point B, it's been about 18 months to get to this point. And I'm super proud of it. It's something that we really believe in because I carry every day. I do carry 43X, got to be honest, right? Everybody knows that. I've been talking about it forever. But I just don't shoot that as well as I shoot this gun, as I shoot a 19, just because of the way it fits in my hand and the way I can drive it, be faster.
I can see it fitting in the hand better than the 43X because the 43X is a little skinny. I had to put like 3 layers of grip tape on the grip for it to fit me. At least somewhat better. But it still sits a little flat in my hand because it is effectively a single stack handgun. But at the same time, like that's what makes it concealable because it has a very flat profile. I don't know.
So it's the new 26X. It's not a meme anymore. It is a real thing, and we're glad to introduce it to you right here on the Glock Store channel. Thanks for watching. I'm Lenny McGill. We hope to see you here in Nashville sometime. Remember, we're just 2 miles from the airport, so make sure you drop by. If you're here and I'm here, just ask for me. I'll come out and shake your hand. Thanks for watching.
You can understand his perspective. He personally disliked the 43's handling. No, listen, I'm right there. Listen, I had a chance to talk to Coleon Noir on one occasion, and I told him, hey man, like I bought the 43X on like your recommendation as my primary handgun, and it's atrocious to shoot. I did caveat this that no subcompact is nice to shoot. Like it's still a great gun. But I did phase him for a bit. All right. Let's see what's happening here. This is an overview of the Democrats trying to raise the NFA tax to $5,000. Sorry for the spoiler alert. Just Democrats doing Democrat things. But we do have the Republicans to thank for setting the precedent for that and not axing the NFA in its entirety when they have the chance.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Thank you for tuning in. You're watching the VSO Gun Channel. I just have a real quick video for you today because I don't think I need to spend a whole lot of time on this topic because I don't believe that under the current makeup of Congress, there's a whole lot of chance of what we're going to talk about today passing, but I suppose that the Republicans have been backstabbing us pretty hard lately on the Second Amendment stuff. So keep an eye out, I suppose. Keep it on your radar. Be informed. The reason I'm doing this today is to reaffirm what is coming down the pipe. When Republicans proposed dropping the NFA tax in a half measure without any substantive NFA reforms, like including the Hearing Protection Act and the Short Act and the big bloated backstab bill that we got earlier this month, which we've documented ad nauseum. We don't need to go through that. Basically, the Republicans screwed you big
Many such
by
cases.
bowing to political pressure and rushing that thing through to meet their arbitrary deadline. And they've left your ass hanging out to get smacked. Today's video is brought to you by XS Sights. I'm out here today preaching the good word of the XS Big Dot sight. If you don't like the XS Big Dot sight, then you're wrong. No, I'm just kidding. XS makes a whole bunch of different sight profiles, not just the Big Dot sight. They also do scope bases, optics rails, and even handguard rails now. And XS has been a big time, long time.
I do need to swap out the sights on my carry Glock because I'm still rocking the factory ones and they're not great.
Supporter of the channel, so I very much appreciate them supporting the mission here at the VSO Gun Channel. Let's get into the video. What they did by just reducing the tax has brought it to the forefront, and every brainless anti-gun person out there has now been taught that you can obtain certain items by paying a tax. And the whole reason that the thing exists is for taxation purposes. And that tax demonstrably can be changed during a reconciliation process, 51 votes. Before it was even officially proposed, I and several members of the Second Amendment community were involved in behind-the-scenes conversations with these folks. And we told them, before it was even officially proposed, that just a reduction in the tax was not good enough, and it was going to have massive implications if they did it wrong. And they went ahead and did it anyway. So instead of removing draconian, nonsensical, unconstitutional regulations on things like AOW, short barrel rifles, short barrel shotguns, suppressors, instead of reducing those regulations to that of a regular firearm, like doing your unconstitutional NICS background check and filling out the 4473, treat them like a long gun or a handgun, right?
Here.
Outside of that, there would have been unregistered access, which is the real problem. It's not the $200 tax, although the $200 tax stings a little bit. It was the registration that keeps people from buying these. They do not want to go on a national gun registry, which, I might add, Republicans allowed to remain in effect.
That's actually a big reason why I still don't own a suppressor. I do not want to fuck with the feds. I don't want to go through the goddamn process of managing access to an NFA item inside of my household. Because not only do I have to pay the tax stamp, not only do I have to pay for the fucking thing, not only do I have to go through the Form 4 to do that, I also need to spend the money to set up a gun trust in order to have in order to enable Oni wife to legally have access to the damn suppressor and to the rifle that the suppressor is installed on.
Getting rid of those regulations, which would have allowed unregistered access, which would have resulted in them being ubiquitous. They would have been everywhere. They would have been probably solid unobtainium for the first 2 years, because as soon as they were made, they would all be purchased. Everybody would want one, which would have made them among the most popular arms in the United States.
I mean, they're already common use.
Which would have made them absolutely untouchable. Instead of creating that scenario, we've got this lackluster bullshit that we got fed by the Republicans. Remember this?
I never got to ask anybody to compromise core principles, but preferences must be yielded for the greater good.
And now we have taught the enemy what they can and cannot do. It has been pretty fortunate up to this point that they didn't think about adjusting the tax for inflation, because remember, 1934, $200 is a lot of money. Well, now Mr. Gun Control himself, Chris Murphy, who gets led around by his cuck cage by every gun control group that exists, has proposed an amendment to the military spending bill that would reinstate the tax and correct it for inflation. $4,700 per transaction. I've said it before, I'll say it again.
This man desires death by the hand of gun owners, doesn't he? It's just all an elaborate suicide pact.
Democrats campaign on gun control. They campaign on abolishing the Second Amendment. They hate America. But Republicans are the ones that actually get the gun control done. Remember the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act? Republicans made that one possible.
Yep.
They set this one up. Now, currently, like I said, this is not likely going to be added to the military spending bill. The amendment just probably won't be added. But this is foreshadowing what is coming down the pipe. So, again, I'm going to renew the call for it. More now than ever, the National Firearms Act must be repealed.
Hell yeah.
There must be something done to prevent this from happening, because this is what's coming down the pipe right quick and in a hurry as soon as power swings back the opposite direction, and we have nobody to thank but Republicans for it. They screwed you, and they screwed you big. Oh yeah, hey, one more thing to add during the credits here. There are 2 lawsuits being litigated currently to get rid of the National Firearms Act because the tax is no longer a thing. Problem with that is those lawsuits take a really long time to litigate.
Yep.
By the time we get a decision on those lawsuits, power will probably have switched back the opposite direction, and all they have to do to moot those lawsuits is reinstate the tax. This is a giant circle jerk again.
I hate it here. All right, I guess we get to learn about what the hell is an HEB. Oh, no, never mind. That's a different one. So this is apparently Angry Cops is going to participate in a debate with Michael Malice on the merits of anarcho-capitalism. So I love bureaucracy. I mean, we used to tar and feather on our politicians, and I don't understand why we stopped. Okay, but basically they're doing a mock debate. And Nick here is the stand-in to serve as the I'm not going to say as the straw man. He's actually steel-manning a lot of the arguments. Yeah, ANCAPs are silly. I'm as libertarian as you can get, but I still think that ANCAPs are just silly boys. They're silly little guys. And Malice should be, yes, they are silly people. Malice is a very obviously an intelligent man. Like, I've listened to his podcast a number of times. Like, he comes off as very likable, especially since our backgrounds are very similar, since we both originate from the former Soviet Union, and sort of we understand the region very well. Also, unlike Lex Friedman, he actually speaks Russian. So there's that. You don't think ANCAPs are uncaps? You don't think ANCAPs are smart enough to be capable of malice? Well, that's his. Well, that's not his real last name, but that's his. His stage name is Malice. I think his real last name is something to the effect of Blagojevich or something like that. But the point is, I don't know why he pitches his tent specifically to ANCAP. As opposed to just, Randian libertarianism. But I'm interested to hear this, and I'm interested to hear when the actual debate happens.
For the record, for those of you that don't, I do not believe 99 or 100% of the shit that's about to come out of my mouth. I'm arguing from the person Rich is going to be debating's perspective, so I'm going to be saying the things that I think that this person would say from an anarcho-capitalist perspective.
Hey, David, remove that part that he just said, and now we're good to go.
Just kind of so
this is 100% Nick's beliefs.
Yeah, 100%
That's
his
all that
beliefs.
matters.
He told me he's very upset with me and he wants to tell me how he really feels.
He's
So
gonna
an
deepfake you.
anarcho-capitalist, in response to what you just said, is going to say the market will correct it. And because there's going to be so many private security contractors that are going to be competing to protect you, that prices will be affordable. And you'll have extra money because you don't have to pay taxes because the government doesn't exist.
What the?
So then who takes care of the people that fall through the cracks? Like, what isn't our lower class Americans, doesn't that make up like 60% of the population?
I kind of disagree with that line of argument. I think that the problems of whoever falls through the cracks are not mine to solve, and but it sort of sidesteps the larger issue that you can't you can't devolve the monopoly on violence to private entities, because private entities will then pursue private interests using said monopoly on this devolved monopoly on violence.
Sure does.
So how is 60% of the population then going to pay for itself to get policing?
Well, because they're not going to have to pay taxes, and because the market.
A lot of Social Security is basically a bribe. Please don't be bandits, we'll give you enough to live. No, Social Security is a pyramid scheme for old people who think that they, for some reason, should be entitled to other people's money once they are old enough. You don't qualify for Social Security until you're like in your 60s.
It is going to be so competitive that they're going to be able to afford it. Or you can have communities.
Yeah. Well, see, Social Security is the name for state pensions in the U.S. What you're probably talking about is unemployment and other forms of welfare. Yeah. See, welfare is separate from Social Security. Social Security is a pillar of that, and it has its own tax withholding that's dedicated to that. But Social Security payments specifically go towards the Social Security Fund, and that Social Security Fund is essentially the state managed state managed and funded part of like what you would call a pension, we call Social Security.
Communities working together to pay for their own police force.
Oh, like how it is now, where communities
so taxes
tax one another in order to pay for goods that they can all get and use together equally.
From the anarcho-capitalist perspective, taxes are bad because they're not voluntary. So it would be a voluntary thing.
Yes, taxes are bad because they are voluntary, but the main problem with taxes isn't that. Taxes are a consensus. They are a necessary evil as part of the process of us as participants in society delegating out things we don't do to the state, such as maintaining order, managing a fire department, and building roads.
So that means nobody's going to pay it. If it's voluntary, that means nobody's going to pay it. Correct. If you said, hey, Rich, voluntarily give the United States government 30% of your paycheck, I'd say.
It's not that nobody's going to pay it, but usually the more, the more intelligent people will still. Rhodes mentioned. Libertarian talks about roads. No paywall. Live in 4K. But the thing is, if you impose a voluntary system of paying taxes for services, the only people who are going to pay those taxes are people in higher income brackets. Usually they're more intelligent and they understand deferred gratification, long-term consequences for doing certain things. They understand investment. The reason these people are in a higher income bracket is because they are more intelligent. Those are two very related things. So the people who are in lower income brackets, who will opt out of paying said money into a collective security service, are still just going to get the raw end of that deal as well.
No. And they'd go, well, what would you like to give us? And I'd say none.
Right.
It's basically going to be South Africa.
But then you're not going to get...
It's going to be suburbs reinforced by private police and private security, and then everything else is just a lawless favela.
Protection.
Oh, geez.
Oh,
well,
question. There is 41 million people on Snap. So
there should be at least 40 million less.
That's 41 million people. 12% of the total population needing help from the government. So that would just go away instantly.
See, now you're just selling ANCAP to me. Please don't.
Under anarcho-capitalism, the government would not exist. So correct.
Oh my God. And they think that would just like... that would be war. Holy shit.
So hold on a second. So we've got...
I mean, that wouldn't be war. A lot of those people would just get a job.
I want to brainstorm this, right? We've got the Chiquita Banana people. We've got ExxonMobil. We've got McDonald's. They're wealthy. They afford their own policing, right? But they're like not all together. So any country that's already formed and created its own military could just take over their headquarters and say, you're ours now.
That's actually a very valid point. A big function of the federal government is dealing with outside threats and deterring them. That being said, I think that in a hypothetical scenario, if the US would balkanize along private entities, in the event of, say, a hypothetical Chinese or Russian invasion, or a Canadian one, why not? The people would probably form into... They would reform states very quickly in order to oppose that. Private individuals and interests can build infrastructure. High-trust societies... In high-trust societies, it can work fairly well. There's a bunch of roads, even whole housing estates near you that was built in the 60s by the animal feed mill that's next to them. All to house their workers and make it easier to get products out. In low-trust societies, you get the Banana Republic infrastructure pattern. Yes, I think that for some reason, even ANCAP, well, primarily libertarianism, but I guess even ANCAP can work when all of your participants are like above 120 IQ. Which, there are methods to get there. You're not going to like the methods needed to get there. A lot of those are in the Geneva checklist.
Sounds like whoever's the biggest bully is just going to win.
Yeah, in theory, yes. So a lot of anarcho-capitalists believe that there should still... This is where it gets complicated, because some anarcho-capitalists are just retarded, and some of them have kind of thought this through, but they're still retarded. So a lot of anarcho-capitalists are still going to say that there should be a military, but there shouldn't be a police force. But let's just stay on the topic.
But how do you pay for the fucking military? Wait, then it's not anarcho-capitalism anymore. It's just more laissez-faire capitalism, which is fine. But it's not ANCAP then. Then you're not pro-ANCAP, because ANCAP is when no government. Just like communism is when no luxury car, Hassan.
Topic of cops, because that's what your debate's going to be about.
Yeah, but his thing is that there shouldn't be a police force at all. I did read a little bit that he said that like all police are stupid or like we're all dirty.
I think they are taking the bait. From what I'm hearing, they didn't look into who the character of Michael Malice is. Because Michael Malice is a character. He is a comedian first and foremost. And I think that that point has gone entirely unnoticed. Because I guarantee that if someone breaks into Michael Malice's nice Austin apartment, nice Austin house, he's definitely calling the fucking cops. Because I don't remember if he owns guns.
This is what anarcho-capitalists believe. They believe that all police are armed thugs that work on behalf of the government to violate your rights.
First, we offer overnight boarding. Your pet will stay overnight in your sitter's home and not only be treated like part of the family,
Except for the fact that the rights are what are voted on by the people. So the people create their own laws, and then we decide that with the majority,
Yes,
that's the law we're going to enforce.
But from their perspective, they don't believe in democracy or like collective rule. They think that
It's a good thing we're not a democracy then.
If there's 20 people in a room and 19 people want to do something, you shouldn't be allowed to force that other one to do the thing.
Yes, that's why we have checks and balances on that. We have our founding document in the form of the Constitution that is a check on anything that the populace votes on, and it still has to be in line with the Constitution.
Well, no wonder they believe in anarchy. They're never going to have a form of government or do anything other than a dirt road.
Right.
You wouldn't be able to build shit.
They don't want
because everybody else would be stealing your stuff or trying to like hawk it.
Okay, they have a lot of faith in mankind. A lot of faith.
Wait, doesn't this technically make South Africa ANCAP? Just, by application extensively. Because the state in South Africa is just another gang.
I've prepared notes. Here's the arguments that he's going to hit you with. Okay, so
start off with one. Let's go with one.
Okay, one
Ethan,
argument.
Feel free to chirp in here.
He's going to hit you with cops shouldn't exist because they only exist to protect property rights and do the government.
I mean, is protecting property rights not a good thing?
Bidding. And the evidence for this is the court case Warren versus DC, where cops technically do not have a duty to protect civilians.
Okay. Oh my God, there's so many things wrong with that. One, sure, we protect property. We protect everybody's property. We protect your property from getting broken into. We protect the streets and street land.
Well, technically, you don't protect it from getting broken into. You investigate and punish people who do that, who violate other people's property rights if they survive doing that. Bit of a non sequitur in this particular case. Just
from being, ripped out by homeless people that want the copper. Your property, your car, it was stolen. Don't you want it back? We've got a lot of shit that can help you get that.
Recovery is usually, that's usually done by police.
That back, and we give it back to you. That one court case where it says like we're not allowed to protect people, I could just throw that out because we have use of force training, Article 35, and I believe it's Tennessee versus Garner.
He missed the point. It's not that they're not allowed to; they're not required to.
It's the Supreme Court case, which
no. The court case that he's citing is the court case that
no, I'm citing a different one.
I know. I'm saying
one in opposition to that.
Okay, go ahead.
In opposition to his, Tennessee versus Garner says I can't shoot a fleeing felon if he's no longer a threat to personnel in the immediate area. So one, I have to protect even the person that's fleeing, which is a felon. And two, I still have to have the safety of the entire community in mind, because if that person is a threat to the community, I then have the...
Humans are their own property. Declaring the police have no duty to intervene doesn't pass the test of more intelligent individuals. Basically, you're saying that the judge is stupid. Yeah, we have a number of those. How are you doing, Notary?
The authority to use lethal force to protect the community from this fleeing felon.
Right, but the argument is that you have the authority to do it. You don't have the duty to do it. You don't have the obligation, the legal obligation to do it. So like if you were driving by in your cop car, theoretically, and you saw somebody getting their ass beat, you don't have to stop and save them, legally speaking, is basically what Warren versus DC says. So he's saying that you have no legal obligation to protect people. Therefore, you only exist to be the strong arm of the government.
So a legal obligation and like a moral obligation are two different things. And I'm sure he'll be like, well, moral obligation is blah, blah. Sweet. If I drive by a guy getting his ass kicked and somebody goes, hey, look, there's Officer High not doing his job, I'm going to be held accountable by the community, the people, including my department, and I'll probably be fired. So I may not legally be forced to do something. However, I am obligated to do my job, which is protect and serve the community, enforce New York state law, including City of Buffalo city ordinances.
So I'm gonna cut him off right there. Like on the face of it, yes, that is as good of an argument as you can make. Patchwork, you do accurately point out that in California, that would what you're describing is going to happen. You've seen cops drive by muggings and street fights because that's not a consistent standard. When you have laws set up in such a way, like they are in California, or when you have prosecutorial guidelines set up the way they are in California, the cops are actively disincentivized from actually doing policing and protecting the population. That is just an unfortunate reality. I think in a big way, the court case that was cited earlier is partially to blame for that. The rest of the blame does lay on the DA and on California's laws. So it's kind of a confluence of things, of bad case law and unfortunately certain populations just voting themselves into living into dystopian shitholes.
So I have a question on this one. It could go either way because it's an honest question. So when we talk about situations like that where you have the legal obligation to intervene, right, as a police officer, isn't there like laws that if you fail to act when you should have acted, that would either end your career or put you in jail? Like I just shot in the dark. Did the Uvalde police officers that failed to act, did they face anything after that?
None of them are in jail, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, some of them are getting fired. So are the officers that failed to go into the school in Florida that gave us that beautiful, skinny retard. What's his name that Cody always calls it clear? David Hogg. The officers that stayed outside that didn't go in there, David Hogg. And also...
I love how he just casually has a zip tie on his desk.
Whatchamacallit? The George Floyd guy. They arrested not only the guy that, quote unquote, killed George Floyd, but also the officers that were around him that prevented him from killing George Floyd.
Okay. So,
well, to be fair, that was a complete kangaroo court.
Well, failure to act is at least in
failure
the
to
law's
act
eyes
is a law in New York State and in other states. Where we have a duty to act to prevent other officers from violating other people's constitutional rights, including use of force.
Okay.
Basically, he's correct on a legal technicality, but it's not in application of how the real world works.
I mean, in application in some places. Let's not deflate that too much.
Yeah,
there are outlier instances, but saying that there's one extreme outlier once in a while, therefore you should scrap the whole system is retarded. Like,
his argument is you can't triple step and double stamp, Lloyd. You can't triple step and double stamp. That's his argument.
Yeah. I mean, basically, like a doctor on an airplane has no legal obligation to raise his hand if they ask if there's a doctor on board, but that doesn't mean we should get rid of hospitals.
No, we should. Anarcho-capitalism. They should only exist for people that can pay it. The only people that get medical treatment are those that can pay it.
Hey, that's what we got right now.
Charity?
We don't have that right now. People go into fucking ERs all of the time and just leave with an unpaid bill and fuck everyone else over who has to cover the difference.
How would charity even begin to exist in an anarcho-capitalist state? You would just have people that would be ripping off the charities. They look at it and say, oh, free money.
You're talking about the hospital and being able to pay for it. It was last week, I think. I found it hilarious. They said that America's healthcare is pay to win, and I'd never heard that before.
We basically have a fascist medical system. It's kind of insane. Yes. In a way. Ours is probably the better one in existence, to be fair. Having experienced socialized healthcare, both in Russia and in the UK, we got it pretty good. We have it pretty good here.
Great.
That's basically what they want the police force to be.
Pay to win.
I mean,
Yes, Digby, pretty good if you can pay. You are not entitled to the labor of others. And the thing is, you can choose how much you pay and what you get. That's the thing. And I don't have to wait 3 weeks for an appointment. Like, I had a bad fall on my shoulder during judo class the other week. It took me... I think I got my appointment like the next business day because it wasn't urgent, so I didn't go to the emergency room to have it looked at. But I got an appointment at a sports medicine clinic the next business day. Had an x-ray, like I had 3 x-rays. I paid like $15 out of pocket for the visit. And I still pay less for the insurance plan than I would have paid in taxes in Europe. And if I want to, I can go for a higher copay. I can raise my copay to $50 per visit, which I probably will because I don't go to the doctor that much. And pay even less on my plan. So I can regulate that. I can choose how much I pay for my health care. There are issues that sometimes you need to wrangle the fucking insurance company to cover certain things. There are billing issues that sometimes require certain out-of-pocket expenses. Or you need to sort of go back and forth with the insurance company. But then again, you also bridge that by being intelligent with your money and having an HSA, a healthcare savings account, which is untaxed money that you can use for healthcare. It was affordable before the government started meddling and handed it over to AMAs. It's been over 100 years. Your recent kidney infection was funny? That doesn't sound very funny. Over the phone, they thought you needed a physio, and you had to wait a week for the appointment. Physio went, that sounds like a kidney issue. And they had you in with a kidney guy within an hour. Oh, I guess you were lucky that a specialist was available within the hour.
If you got enough money.
Okay, wait. So you have your they want private police.
Because when I was in London and a flatmate of mine had like a bad cold or a flu, I think. She had a flu. The NHS gave her an appointment time that was like 2 weeks removed for her very bad flu. And she had to go private, and some Pakistani doctors sort of basically just went in, gave her some meds, and set her on her way. They called in the specialist apparently because you shouldn't have been kept waiting that long with that kind of issue. See, that's the problem with any kind of government. Whenever government spending is involved, it's going to have retarded procedure attached. So, and you run the risk of ending up on the raw end of that procedure. See, in Canada, they would have just euthanized you.
Essentially.
Private police forces.
Because that's how you'll get more honest protection.
Yeah.
Was the initial point of contact making the incorrect judgment? Who was the initial point of contact, Digby? Who pays the salary of the initial point of contact who made the incorrect judgment? Does it not come out of the budget of the holy NHS?
In their worldview.
Right now, it's cops. Cops aren't doing a good thing because they're
we're not beholden
bad.
to the government, but yet he wants private security that's not beholden to the government. I'm confused.
No, you are
like
you
that's
are
what it's like. Morally, where is it? Morally, is it? Does he expect because it's private they're going to be better?
The big thing with anarcho-capitalists is voluntary. That's the thing. They don't believe that. Okay, so
how's it voluntary if you won't let me create a government?
Huh?
How's it voluntary if you won't let a people naturally create a government?
Every person is basically their own government. So like their whole thing is it has to.
Well, that's not really the argument. I think ANCAPs allow you to organize on the small scale. So kind of a moot argument. That's a bad argument against ANCAP, to be real here. The surgery, which is a wholly private NHS trust, people tend to forget the NHS is not a singular government-run monolith anymore. It's a large gaggle of independent trust and private surgeries and hospitals. Lovely. But they still have to follow NHS procedure, right?
to be voluntary.
Like, listen, I'm just happy that you got your shit sorted out. I'm telling you that it would have been sorted out likely sooner here. Under a mostly private system.
You have to volunteer to pay this money for this protection from this company.
Yeah, but that's never
what
worked
they
in the
think.
history of mankind. Every group of people have said,
Bingo.
you look like me, let's get together and farm, and then those people across the valley because they're different than us, or they smell, or they're...
Like, here's the thing. For example, in Russia, you have a socialized healthcare system, but it is so shit that they have actually just invented an entire private healthcare industry that sits on top of that in order to just compensate for how wholly inadequate it is to deal with most things, where you don't just need, a release note from a doctor that you're unwell. So long as they follow certain rules and guidelines, they get to label themselves NHS. The system basically gives you all the bad sides of private and public, hilariously special. That sounds about right.
They keep attacking us because we've got really good shit in our valley.
Exactly. So Michael Malice in particular came from the USSR. His parents were first-generation immigrants, sacrificed everything to bring him to America, the land of opportunity. Okay, great. He hates communism. You need to keep bringing it back to communism and comparing it to the same thing, because you're absolutely correct. Anarcho or any type of anarchism has never worked, ever. The real world example, Somalia. Their government fell in the 1990s. They didn't have a new government for 15 years. You want to know what happened? Exactly what I'm saying. They had privatized security, aka militias. And then it just became who had the biggest warlord, and that was running shit. And that's the real world application.
It
so
took the Chaz all of 1 week to have a warlord with AKs walking through the streets, accidentally shooting people that they were trying to protect.
Weren't there like 8 rapes in the Chaz while it was up?
From themselves. One week in Portland, and it couldn't even work out.
This is ISIS, or a power vacuum would be created because there's no government or law. Then who's ever the
Everyone talks about the murders in the Chaz, not the rapes. I wonder why.
biggest warlord is with the most money would take over.
Exactly.
And then
it's almost as if you need some kind of structure, some kind of deferred monopoly on violence in order to prevent bad things from happening.
Push everyone out. Now you have to hire that individual. They would set
It
up
also
their own
probably
set of rules
and or extort.
It also probably they're trying to avoid shining a light on the fact that once you remove the safeguards of polite Western society, for some reason leftists are even more so deranged and animalistic, and will take advantage of said lawlessness in the most horrific ways possible. They don't want you to notice that.
Depending on who they are.
Yes, we've watched it happen literally just recently in Iraq and Afghanistan. That's what happened when they were like,
Syria.
oh, hey, we'll get rid of
Whoever has the deepest pockets and the most amount of firearms is going to be the one in control. And then after that, it's just going to, I have all this now.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to make my own government where it's an autocracy or whatever. And we got the king of Chiquita Banana or whatever, whichever company started with the biggest pockets.
It's basically going to be cyberpunk, yeah. You could go on for hours how the medical system... about the U.S. medical system. It is a philosophical, economical nightmare for many reasons, and it's all the government's dick. Yeah. Most things that are wrong in the world can be traced back to either communists or the federal government. Or sometimes it can be traced back to a time when the federal government was overrun by covert communists. Happened with the Occupy camps too? Do tell. I have not been paying attention to the Occupy Wall Street camps. Did they also do frequent struggle snuggles there as well?
It's just going to naturally evolve into either an oligarchy, a monarchy, or another archy where it's a single head that has the most power.
So that's exactly what's going to happen, and that's what you need to point out, right? So when he's going to argue, here's what he's going to say when you bring this up. He's going to say that the market is going to have to adjust. So like if one security
There has to be a market to begin with. That's the thing. A market can't exist in a vacuum. You need some kind of baseline structure that's agreed upon that 90% of the people want to participate in to have any kind of market, any kind of adaptation. The Occupy camps have a dark spot in history where people looked at a little less intensely at it. I see. Basically, from the get-go, the police were trying to push gang members and the homeless into the camps to cause issues. When the social justice crowd emerged and got involved, they drove away the white men. Once they were gone, the grapes were plentiful. Markets exist between people. Do you want to exchange without violence? Yes, market created. That is also true, but then your market is going to be limited by the means of exchange. And you need something that either has inherent value or implied value. Money as a means of exchange is an item of implied value, and because it's universalized and easily quantifiable into sort of little measurable fragments, such as numbers of dollars, it makes trade significantly easier than just direct barter.
contractor is doing things unjust, the majority of people won't want to do business with them, and then they'll go out of business, and the market will basically course correct the use of force.
That is like a very dumb way of thinking that will happen.
Correct.
Right? You're like, oh, it'll just course correction. The course correction you're discussing here is hundreds of thousands of lives vanishing because they can't afford to pay anything. Oh, but they don't have a government, so that way they don't have to pay taxes. All right, then what are we using for currency? Mud? We're the barter system? We don't have a government, so gold? Whoever controls the gold mines. Like, and guess what? Just like the gold rush in like the teens or like the mid 1800s, you're just gonna have a robber baron just show up and be like, "This is my land." You're gonna be like, "No, this is my pow." So much for your gold. You're dead. You ain't using it.
We're talking about markets money as a development, not as an essential. You're not going to immediately include pattern wheeling or titanium when discussing metallurgy because it's something that comes later. Sure. Okay, no, Terry. Here's the thing: you are missing a very important a very important detail. In order for any markets to function beyond the point of just simple item bartering, you need to have a universal means of exchange, which is money. Your markets will not be scalable without a universal and divisible means of exchange. That's why we've had standardized money going as far back as Mesopotamia. You still need some kind of universalized and universally recognized means of exchange in order to exchange goods at any reasonable scale. Because the moment you try to quantify a cow in chickens, that's it. Like, you're going to have exchange rate issues there. Yes, we've had money before we had constant units of measurement, exactly.
Wait, that's the biggest thing that I have right now. If there's anarchy, who's creating the currency? What is the currency?
Gold, more than likely.
Okay, so then whoever has gold is going to be able to afford shit, and whoever doesn't have gold is going to be, which is everybody?
He might throw a curveball and say crypto. They also like to say that.
Oh, sweet. I'll buy 1 Bitcoin, please, for $100,000. Are you retarded? The rest of us are going to have to go buy shit coins made by the Paul brothers.
Okay, to be fair, you do have fractions of Bitcoin. That's not a great argument. The problem with using Bitcoin is that Bitcoin to operate relies on a government-operated infrastructure. That's just how it goes. Like, you need to have a functioning power grid to have access to your Bitcoin. You also need to have exchanges that are at least somewhat regulated by the government in order to not wake up to none of your Bitcoin being accessible because someone just drained all of the wallets on said exchange.
Destiny's going to have cuck coin, and I'm going to have to buy a bunch of Destiny's cuck coin? I don't want cuck coin.
Oh.
So, from his worldview, what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to hire a security contractor, and then if you have a disagreement, you're supposed to go to an arbitration court to settle it.
So if there's an
Wait, but a court? Excuse me? I thought we weren't doing government.
arbitration court, is there not already some sort of government in place because there's a unified legal system?
No, because it's an arbitration thing. It's like how you can go to an arbitrator for a contract dispute before you go to the court system to officially sue. So it's like an independent business, and you agree beforehand to just like abide by whatever their ruling is.
So it's just an arm of the government anyway, because you've all agreed. Oh, this is so dumb. You were going to say that argument about gold mines didn't fly in real life. Comstock tried that power play shit in an unincorporated territory, and both the criminal elements and law enforcement resisted him fiercely. Yes, the law enforcement. The problem with gold is that you will still have centers of power that will grow around extracting gold. Whenever you limit your units of exchange to a singular resource, a singular store of value, you're going to disproportionately concentrate a lot of influence in whoever has better access to said store of value. And you're just going to reconstitute government around that person or around that entity. The benefit of money, specifically of legal tender as it exists in the US, even especially in its state as being unbound from the gold standard, is that it is a extremely liquid store of value. Does it have issues? Yes. The government has the unfortunate capability of inflating your currency, but that is an error, not an intended outcome of that. That is mismanagement. That's not the intended way of using that tool. By having money unbound from a real-life store of value and having it be an inherent store of value, you give it a lot more fluidity to be used for a larger variety of interactions. And that's how you get the financial market. This is why gold and silver mines have often been held by royals and their most loyal vassals. Yeah, because how did they become royals? Oh, it's intended 100%? I mean, to what extent? I don't think it's the intended... I don't think Biden-inflation was an intended outcome. It's intended in the sense that you have control over your money flow and you can bridge gaps by creating more money in the short term. It's not supposed to be a constant lever that you just keep cranking. Money printer is not supposed to go burr all of the time. They don't become a royal from gold silver, they become a royal from what you can buy for gold silver. I mean, extra step there, but the point still stands.
Good thing that arbitrator probably couldn't be bought by the person with more money to then say, hey, you know what, little guy, you're...
Weight loss by Hims includes personalized treatment plans with options like GLP-1 injections or oral
I mean,
Zimbabwe economics, more money, more good, real and true. The incentive to not crank the lever are incredibly weak for any government. Yes and no. It depends. Well, again, we need to understand that the government is not a monolith. Generally, it's then incumbent on the people to produce representatives whose interests are maintaining the economy in a healthy state and not having to spend more money than you have, which is difficult to achieve. I have yet to encounter someone. I hope that, in recent years, I hope that I won't have to run on a platform of cutting entitlements with a let me reword that. I hope that I won't have to run for office on a platform of severely cutting entitlements so that we no longer have to inflate our currency. I mean, I have to remind you, Japan until very recently did not have any inflation at all. They had a deflationary economy, which worked very well for them.
I mean, yes, but the other problem is like, cool, what happens if guy
19th? What do you mean 19th? Are you what about the 19th Amendment?
A and guy
What does the 19th Amendment have to do with Gibbs? I know what you mean. I may know what you mean.
IB go to arbitration court and then
No, Terry, are you insinuating that the 19th Amendment is the reason we can't have politicians who will cut entitlements and other means of carelessly spending other people's money? Perish the thought.
guy B doesn't like what the outcome was and says, I'm not going to do it anyways.
Yeah.
Then what happens?
What happens?
What's forcing him to do anything?
Exactly.
There's no
comes down
legal
to
contract that has some sort of repercussion for him not going by his word. Oh, well, people won't like him in the long run and they won't do business with him. So he'll move to another town. There's no repercussions.
Yes.
This sounds exactly like California. Let me steal less than $1,000. So then it's not a felony because they're not going to convict or charge me or go anywhere further with the legal system when it comes to repercussions because it's below $1,000 and no longer a felony. How's that working out for Rite Aid? They're out of business. Rite Aid's out of business.
But Rite Aid could afford to buy a personal security squad.
Oh,
under his
geez.
system.
You're right. And didn't they? Don't they have cameras? Don't they have security?
They would have armed guards.
Oh, okay. So then people would be getting shot over hostesses.
This is exactly what you need to hit on.
Yes.
Because
so we're going to shoot people over stealing a hostess.
I don't mind that. Slow down. You're starting to sell ANCAP to me a little too hard.
Who regulates your version of Blackwater?
Yeah.
Who determines the standards of force? Who determines what's right and what's wrong at a uniform level across
The non-aggression principle. You try to steal my shit, you die. They're legally prohibited from using private security in that way? Yeah. And people don't keep getting shot after the first few. That is also true, yes.
across the board?
Jimmy wanted to return his Amazon product and got shot point blank in the face because there are no returns at Amazon.
Correct. And then you need to hammer him because he's really big on rights. He thinks that anything a cop does is violating your rights. So you need to hammer on him that he has no authority to establish what a right is because there's no government. Who's granting you these rights?
There's no government. It doesn't mean anything. I can do.
Well, the government doesn't grant you rights. It protects your inherent rights. But also, whenever a cop violates your rights, he has a body cam. If you can prove that there was a violation of any of your rights, you're in for a payday. That is only possible because we have a state. Our state is better than most others, pretty much all of them. That's why we have that system. Plus his counter-argument keeps assuming low trust and high volume and zero flow of information between locations. Whose argument? Angry cops? I mean, he lives in New York, so, you know. Oh, highs? Well, yeah, angry. Well, he does live in New York, Buffalo, so you can see how his default assumption is low trust and high volume. That's it. Comes with the territory there.
Do what I want.
I would say a counter. I would say a counter.
We've covered this in passing previously before you showed up. We've already established that libertarianism does in fact work when applied to small controlled groups of people with an IQ above 120.
I would say a counter to that potentially could be that, like the Bill of Rights in the Constitution, while it isn't written, those are considered inalienable and given to you by God and not necessarily a government. So he might fire that at you.
So the government still ensures those rights, unfortunately. That is its inherent function.
Yes, but rights without enforcement are nothing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Listen, God gave everybody the right to free speech, but our government is the only one that hasn't written that they have to protect it. God gave the Chinamans the free speech, but guess what their government is doing? Not, killing Uyghurs and doing all this stuff.
No, you could absolutely. I was just thinking about this. You could go down that rabbit hole. So let's say, Rich is in charge of company B. I'm company A. Rich says something that is offensive to me, and I say he's hurting my business. Now my personal security is going to go and take him out because he's violating my rights.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Exactly.
Anarchy is nonsense and not hard to point out the silliness, but don't argue worst case scenario all the time. You have to disprove something at its strongest. The problem is that anarchy is the worst case scenario. it's because the solutions that it offers are so catastrophic, it's kind of hard to pick at examples that aren't. You know what I mean? Like, I don't agree with a lot of the argumentation that Angry Cop brings because he's not a political science major. He is a police officer. With all due respect to the profession does come with a list of credentials, and not all of them fit governance or understanding big picture things. That's why it's not hard and crumbles under any weight instantly. It's totally utopian. Essentially, yes. The problem here is that I think that Michael Malice is not setting this up to be a good faith debate. He is setting this up to farm, because Michael Malice is a character and Hai is a real person with like real opinions and real experiences that are also very specific to his profession. I think it's going to be a shit show.
There's no rules. It's just going to be who's got the bigger gun, the more guys, the more money. And then eventually, like I said, it'll become either an oligarchy where there's like 3 or 4 businesses that run shit. And then they make you pay, like, was it that song? Sold my soul to the company store, which instead of giving you cash for something, they just give you tokens to use at their business. Like, we've already kind of lived through a lot of this bullshit that he's trying to describe, and it does not end up well.
We did arrive to a lot of the things that we've established as good things through trial and error, and a lot of the things that we've tried were essentially ANCAP. That is true. Our society has been formed by experimenting with that, and it turns out that human societies, just because we are a group, we are a social species, so we are, by our nature, are going to naturally organize, and with organization, there's going to be concentration of resources. People use this fucking examples, but the 1800s were incredibly excellent for wealth generation, and they're solely responsible for most of our institutions of higher learning. Because you're on a bit of a delay, I don't quite understand what you're referring to. I also disagree that the 1800s were ANCAP in its pure form. I said about company store shit. I mean, we've had that not even in the 8th. I mean, that was basically what the Ford compound was. Yeah, the company store shit is a bad example and a bad counter to that, because then you're sort of basically describing a little private government. Which is, again, that's still not ANCAP. Like, he's going all over the place because he's not an economist, he's not a political science major, he is a police officer. All due respect to the profession, I think that he should argue things that relate to being a police officer And that's where he's going to be strong on the arguments, knowing applicable case law and whatnot. The country worked to an extent for the purpose of exploring the frontier in the 1800s because we were very good at stratifying and building what was essentially community-run governments on the spot. Semi-related, someone tried to tell you that macroeconomics don't exist? Pff, boy, do I have news for them.
Wow.
Correct.
Now, capitalism with restrictions works, right? You can't have a monopoly, which is definitely what's going to happen in anarcho-capitalism. You're going to have a monopoly. Like, there's going to be there's going to be Ford and Chevy, and it'll be the truck wars. And the Mississippi will split who drives a Ford and who drives the golden bow tie.
He literally wants to replace government policing.
You're not going to get into this, it's too much. But he's fucking he's wrong there. How should I put this? There is I think there's under ANCAP, there's just not going to be enough prosperity. There's not going to even be an infrastructure for a monopoly to establish itself. It's just going to go through the evolutionary cycles of a feudalism all the way back to just a standard capitalist government very quickly. How are those regulations doing for us? How big is Google again? I mean, Google in and of itself as part of Alphabet does frequently get slapped by anti-monopoly laws. That's why they had to sell off eBay. The problem with our regulations is that they're not being applied. So again, it's an enforcement problem. The problem isn't the fact that we have a state, the problem is that the state is not doing its job. And I agree, like, it's one of those problems that can be traced back to the federal government. But the solution is not ANCAP. So these are not great arguments to make against that.
With mercenaries on your own payroll. That's essentially his stance.
Jesus Christ.
They're not going to be, like, none of those police are going to be held accountable for anything. They're literally just going to go shoot people, and they're going to be like, well, why'd you do that? I'm like, well, I didn't like him. Well, that's Jeremy. He didn't do anything wrong. You made a mistake. He's going to be like, oh, well, whatever. Talk to Barnes & Noble. They own me, and they're not going to give a f what you say.
Bingo.
And then plus, when they own a monopoly, they can just inflate the prices of shit. And now guess what? All that extra tax money that people are saving, they can't afford anything. They can't afford to live. But guess what? It's not a right because there's no government to enforce it. So now you can starve people. Welcome back to the USSR.
You're just creating gangs with an extra step.
It's mafia. It's literally
it's just mafia rule.
Okay. From what I'm hearing so far, Fat Electrician is the only guy who's actually equipped to have this conversation. Everyone else is not. No offense to the nice people. I like them as people. I like Angry Cop, Eli, HBL, HBC. Wait, fucking Habitual Line Crosser. Fuck it, I can't spell it again. HLC. There you go. A Fat Electrician is smarter than he appears or puts on. Yes, that is absolutely true. Again, from my interactions with him, he's a very insightful guy. So he's the only one who's equipped to have this conversation, and he's not going to be party to that debate, and it's going to be a shit show. Michael Malice is going to clown on high all day on everything that doesn't have to do with policing. On policing, Angry Cops is going to blow him out of the water. On everything else, Malice is going to run circles around him while not even making good arguments. That is my forecast for the event.
It's just the cartels.
Also a great example to bring up.
The
when
cartels?
he talks about, private security and protection, mafia, cartels. But yeah, I would hammer him on rights don't exist without force. There's no uniformity to it.
Yeah.
Because now the entire country and human rights are regulated by company policy, which the people have no input in other than by not giving your business to that contractor.
Which, by the way, with whatever they deem is the currency that they can use.
Right.
Oh, it's gold. Oh, sweet. The shit that nobody has because Nixon took it all away. Thanks. Great.
FDR.
What? Oh, did he? Did FDR do that? Really?
Yes.
Remember how everyone threw a shit fit? Yeah, he steps on his own argument. That's very true. Remember how everyone gave Douglas Murray shit about insisting that you have to have at least a baseline understanding of subjects that you're discussing? Remember how the internet patted themselves on the back when Dave Smith and Joe Rogan were making non-arguments in that discussion? Case in point.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna have more Fat Electrician a little bit different, a little bit later. Why don't we have the stuff? The government. Well, again, I've explained why the gold standard is actually not a great structure to follow. It limits economic growth significantly. It makes money less liquid because it's tied to a physical asset that is inherently finite. Unless, like, the problem with money that is not asset backed is that it's difficult to use and it requires intelligent people managing the supply of money. Yes, exactly. The problem with fiat currencies is that it takes restraint. It takes intelligence to manage them. And governments are starved for competent people managing them. Speaking of institutions that are starved for intelligent people managing them, so apparently there was this little app called T, where women were essentially gossiping about men in their immediate surrounding. I assume it was mostly a Californian thing. I don't really know. I don't care enough to look it up. And I don't care enough to look up the people who are on this app. I can look up the exact people that were on this app because their entire database was leaked. And we're going to go into how that happened. The U.S. military continues to amaze you at its ability to function despite the atrocious quality of its manpower. The thing is, the vast majority of the U.S. military's manpower is actually very high quality stock. Like, you still need to pass a certain bar to get into the military. You unfortunately have about 10 to 15% of chaff that got in during the loosening of said standards. You still have your Green Berets, you still have your SOCOM, like, all of that is still mostly staffed with people of near genius IQs with Olympian physiques. So those places still are very good with their selections. And in the case of the Marines, it's just Olympian physiques and whatever God dealt them that day in the intelligence department. But you know what? We still love our Marines. They're still good boys. Yeah, when you see a Marine, you give him a box of crayons to cheer him up. You grew up around the military. You have heard nothing but horror stories about the U.S. military and the many ways it has to account for how the majority of its manpower can find its own ass with both hands. All right. But returning to the subject at hand. T. So apparently the entire, in order to use it, you had to verify with a photo ID, with your government issued photo ID, and a photo of your face with a selfie. Solid verification process. A lot of places do that. Like ticket buying companies do that. I don't know. A lot of crypto exchanges do that. It's generally an understood process. There's a certain way of handling that private information to keep it safe. All of these processes are established. There are best practices. However, none of those were used by the developers of the T-app because all of the private information that they use for verifications was just stored in a publicly available fire bucket. So when people say that the private information was leaked, it was not leaked by 4chan. It was leaked by the app developers, by the app itself. To which I've constructed, once I heard the news, without even delving too deeply in it, I've constructed a bit of headcanon, or what you can call an educated guess of how that happened. So you had Bay Area girlies with their diversity-driven Ivy League diplomas, getting some venture capital funding because they had a product that was built on all of the correct Yas Queen coded buzzwords like, I don't know, fucking female safety and dating and empowerment and cock shit like that. I have a strong suspicion that the founding team had no men. The coding team, the people who are actually writing the code, were also likely either not men or they were Indians hired on Fiverr, so also not men. So as a result of that, their backend had no security, which we've later confirmed to be correct, had no database encryption whatsoever, no data sanitation, no compartmentalizing, no siloing, nothing. There was no information management, not even an attempt to be in compliance with data privacy law. Haha, funny. How are data privacy laws handled under ANCAP? But so none of that infrastructure existed. It was basically a product that existed of a front-end app that fed into a cloud bucket, a publicly available cloud bucket. That is it. So as a result of that happening, they are now on the hook for millions of dollars in damages to everyone whose information ended up on the internet. That's likely going to be a class action lawsuit. And they are going to be liable for that because there's probably some kind of EULA that people signed, and as part of that EULA, the company has an obligation to protect personal data that it's handling. If it was just a US app, the consequences are going to be slightly less. It's just going to be civil lawsuits. I don't believe we have any kind of criminal punishment for mishandling private data. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But if God forbid, if this was available in the EU, they are thoroughly fucked. So yeah, there's that. Empowered code vibing tech girlies moment, I guess. Founder was a gray man who was tired of his mom dating ex-cons, and before he's gay because one of them, so he attempts to address the men and not his shitty mother. Is that confirmed fact? Is that the real lore behind the app? That is very funny. I'd say a gay man is an honorary Bay Area girly anyway, so like we're almost there. I'd say I'm 90% correct on what happened there, so I'm going to say that I'm still largely correct. I'm going to pat myself on the back for making that correct read. Apparently, it also gathered location data. Konnichiwa, Spider V. Welcome to the chat. We're looking at the little happenings that we've had throughout the week. Hello, and welcome. You're sure I'm right because you guarantee he's a card-carrying feminist? Listen, everyone in the Bay Area is the same. Like, I'm sorry, they're all... How should I put this? They're either insufferable VC bros, or they're just the most flaming MiG-15 that you can imagine. I say that from experience. I had to work with those people for quite a while. what kind of happening is going on now. Have you heard of Tea, the little gossip app where women slander men? Well, that one apparently, they've basically just self-populated a gigantic database of themselves with addresses, legal names, and clearly visible face photos, and apparently geotags, including but not limited to secret military air bases. You only know tea like tea bags and hot water. That's the incorrect type of tea, by the way. So, okay, since we're tangenting on that one, the problem with tea bags is that tea bags are made by by basically collecting the residue, the chip and dust of tea sorting facilities. So essentially, everything that you can't sell as loose leaf tea ends up in tea bags. That's why the majority of tea bags is actually of a very low quality. And they occasionally need to bridge the gap between what your expectation of a tea would be and the contents of the tea bag. So they're going to try to add artificial and semi-natural flavorings and colorings to sort of bring it up to your expectation of what, for example, an English breakfast would be. So loose leaf teas are generally going to be the preferred format for consuming tea. Then you sort of get into the weeds of, you have the British pattern teas that are universally bad because, well, they're sourced from India. Camellia sinensis was never intended to be cultured in India. It's not grown correctly. It's not gathered correctly. It's not cultured correctly. So you thought that tea was just cut up herbs and stuff like that. So there is herbal tea, which is usually an infusion of some loose collection of, of herbs that have some kind of extract that is desirable to drink. But that's going to be specifically herbal tea. Tea in the strict sense, as in like the tea plant, the Camellia sinensis, is a very specific family of plant. It is very specifically the infusion of the leaves of that genome of tea plant. And typically it grows naturally occurring in China. Then it was brought over to Japan with great success. I don't believe Koreans grow their own tea. I don't think they do. Then the British brought over tea and attempted to culture it in India to some success, creating the offshoot of Camellia sinensis assamica. I believe they have some kind of indigenous tea growing there. White Assam, I think, is indigenous to India. And then there are also tea plantations in Africa, which are basically just an expansion of the East India Trading Company trying to have better and more yields, essentially. I, being a extremely intense tea snob, mostly stick to Japanese and Chinese teas just because they have a better taste profile. Their processing and culturing methods have been more refined than anyone else in the world. And because of that, they just have a more impressive taste palette and more nutrients preserved inside. So they are generally healthier for you and more interesting to drink. We can rabbit hole on that sometimes. I do tea tasting streams occasionally whenever I buy a big batch of something either from Japan or from China. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. What is this? Right. So moving on to British happenings. Ofcom has been sending several American clients pretty stupid letters over the last 6 months. Pinged the White House about this morning. Got a call back 20 minutes later asking for recommendations for visa bans. The Online Safety Act is not going to make it. Brits have no idea how much anger there is in the U.S. Political apparatus over internet censorship. And the lengths the entities prepared to go to stop it. So there you go, Digby. There are odds yet that we may bail you out of another oopsie poopsie again. wrote a letter to the White House today requiring urgent diplomatic assistance to stop the Online Safety Act from harming Americans. The firm also asked the State Department to ban Peter Kyle from the country. I don't know who Peter Kyle is, but he's probably some kind of labor operative, I assume. So here we have it. If you have a standard X account in the UK, presumably the vast majority of British users, you cannot see any protest footage that contain any violence tonight because of the Online Safety Act. A relative in America sent him this screenshot of one of the blocked posts. TLDR, a small platform, had a short amount of downtime and its IP geoblock. Ofcom freaked out, sent a demand. We told the White House. The White House asked us to tell them who was responsible. Threatening Americans with jail time over maintenance downtime is outrageous. Enough is enough. So I look forward to labor getting their entire ass blown out. Oh boy, we have more people who don't have even a baseline understanding of what they're discussing. So I've made my thoughts about Tucker known on multiple occasions. To quickly reiterate, I think that he is a well-intentioned midwit. He definitely cannot walk and chew at the same time without forgetting to breathe. And Charlie Kirk is not far ahead of him. Like, I'll be completely transparent. I'm not a fan of either of these men. It's good that they've had a positive impact on the election. They have their usefulness. They are a very good canary in the coal mine. Generally, if something is happening and Tucker Carlson, someone as dim as Tucker or Kirk is noticing it, it means that it's probably something that's worth addressing. In most cases, they're going to make the incorrect read on what is happening because they are woefully under-equipped to make that judgment. But they're good at highlighting that something is happening. That's all I'll say. So, and they've noticed that apparently microloans are a thing and have been for like the last 20 years.
Now, my question for every Republican senator and congressman watching this, if you do not know these 4 letters, then you are not doing your job. BNPL. Do you know what that means?
No clue.
Buy now, pay later. Buy now, pay later is how 60%, according to survey.
So as an opener, that's okay. If you are a regulator, you need to be aware of what is happening in your area of expertise. If you're a legislator, you need to understand what's happening in the economy. Fine.
Of Generation Z is paying for things month to month. They're not credit cards. So this is not regulated by credit bureaus. It's not regulated with credit checks. It's based.
There technically is a credit check. Whenever you go to a buy now, pay later scheme, you still get a soft credit check. And if for example, if your credit report is frozen with the credit bureaus, then you can't apply to those, to most of those buy now, pay later services.
Basically, it can anything from Amazon to Instacart, groceries, clothing, furniture. You can finance anything. It's BNPL. It's run by 3 main companies, Klarna, Affirm, and Afterpay. And essentially, you're 21, 20.
There's also Selzel, but that's besides the point.
2 years old. You can split a pizza into 4 payments. Sounds great, right? This is the modern tech economy.
Buy a pizza on credit?
Yes. You right now.
Happening now?
You can go to Instacart right now and either through Klarna, Affirm, or Afterpay. Those are the 3 big actors. These are non-credit regulated bureaus.
Shut those fuckers down tomorrow.
Why? Well, here's this is the retard knee-jerk reaction. Shut them down. Why, Tucker? Can you enunciate why? Can you explain what is your protest to this? Grab a Gun runs a quick check and they'll deny you for being bad on it. Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm serious. I'm so offended.
And by the way,
Offended
2 of them
in
are
what?
foreign companies, just so we're clear. One is a Swedish company and one is an Australian company. I did a deep dive into this.
You can buy a pizza on credit?
Yes, you can buy almost anything on credit. Concert tickets, You can buy. So when I'm a big sports fan, I'm a huge Chicago Cubs fan. You know, it's just fun. I grew up in Chicago. When I go to buy tickets at Wrigley Field, they say, you know,
They're poorly regulated compared to normal credit. What should be the regulation, Digby? Like, why are you preventing people from spending money? These men aware of budgeting? Apparently not.
Finance this over the next 3 years using Klarna.
Actually?
Yes. Concert tickets, Taylor Swift ticket. I mean, so what you have is a workaround.
What's the collateral?
There's no credit score, so it's just you. It's like
there is no collateral. The collateral is your credit score for missing payments and the fee. It's basically it's a high risk loan. Therefore, you pay more in interest than you would do on a standard loan. If you have rules, they should be enforced universally. Debatable. I mean, it depends on the rules, because I think that like what rules should be applied to the buy now pay later schemes. They still do a credit check. Like, they're not going to issue bad credit. Hey, we've had a rough stretch of time. You're the example here. You've bought 2 monitors and a whole ass LWRC rifle while using those kind of services. Yeah, and if you're okay, if you're managing your money well, it's actually a pretty good tool to use. Like, here's the thing, especially with how bad inflation got under Biden, that was actually a very smart financial tool to use. I bought my Japan tickets with a buy now pay later scheme, and between me buying those tickets and paying them off, there was like 10% inflation. So the money that I was still paying on that same amount was worth less, and I got a raise in that period. So I paid them in inflated, less valuable money for the value that I received on the spot. The monitor had like 60 cents interest. Yeah, there you go. It is a tool. We're gonna go back to, I'm gonna have like a bigger summary of this, but generally it is a tool that you as an adult should be able to regulate and use intelligently.
Your Social Security, they're collateralizing you. So it's very high risk for the quote unquote lender, but they have the late fees and the penalties make these companies eventually whole because they know they got you.
Just don't be late on your fucking payments.
And again, this is not regulated by traditional credit bureaus. So the federal government has not really waded in on this yet. And again, you could. I'm
just like
your younger folks can affirm everything I'm saying.
They are regulated by proxy because all of these buy now pay later schemes still have to fall back on someone who is a regulated banking entity, because they draw their funds from a bank in the form of a loan.
Saying I'm not right. I mean, am I correct? I'm not making any of this up. It's BNPL. So when I sit down with a Republican senator,
I never think of myself as out of it or not in touch or whatever.
Tucker, you are very much out of touch, my guy. You have not worked a real job for the majority of your life.
I flatter myself that I've got my thumb on the pulse of the country. I am shocked. I've heard people refer to this. I didn't realize you could, if you can buy a pizza on credit, someone needs to.
So, but here's the kicker, and your groceries. The belief is that Gen Z is doing this to live above their means. Most are actually doing this to meet their means.
Okay, so the issue is not the buy now pay later schemes. It's the issue of bringing the economy to such a pitiful state with infinity immigrants that you've devalued labor to the extent where Gen Z can no longer make ends meet. It doesn't sound like the problem of creditors. If anything, the buy now pay later schemes are at the very least giving people a tool to cope with the dogshit economy. Goes down to basics. Why should I not be able to access a tool because someone else has bashed their thumb? It's a use problem, not a regulatory problem. Yeah, exactly. Yes, but he won't say that. Infinity Indians make stock markets go burr. Infinity Indians actually don't make the stock market go burr. That's the thing. The Infinity Indians don't really have a good impact on the stock market. If anything, Infinity Indians, as proven by Microsoft, are really not great for your stock value. Because once you hire the Infinity Indians, they are going to write code as the Infinity Indians do. and then you're going to start bleeding money and losing market share. They make it go burr until the consequence of Indians becomes clear. See, I disagree with even with the intent, with the concept of them making the stock market go burr at any point. I think that the Infinity Indians are only a detriment, and not just the Indians. UK has already proven immigration fucks GDP. Yes.
But that's the definition of predatory.
Right. And so again, this is not structurally healthy debt. So there's an argument for debt if you have a mortgage, because the whole system is kind of rigged towards mortgages.
Of course it is.
You could deduct the interest, the asset price goes up.
It's hard to get off the mortgage addiction. I did it, but
there's an argument for it.
You take your lumps if you don't have a mortgage.
And I think there's an argument that
yes, mortgage is also a financial tool that should be used intelligently, just like credit cards.
It's actually an okay and
you could
reconcilable type of debt.
I know smart people have mortgages.
If you are in investment banking and you have student loan debt, and that student loan certificate, that credential got you the investment bank, okay, you bet on yourself. Maybe that's justifiable. Again, I'm very anti-college, as you know. There's really no place where you can make an argument that financing your Whole Foods order is good for you.
This isn't just a wallet, it's a rare find. There's something different about owning something almost nobody else has. That's why when Ridge dropped.
But to do that to young people who really, I'm 56 and I'm still terrible with money. It's hard. It's hard. And I don't.
Have you considered just not being retarded?
I think I'm not lazy, and I don't think I'm profligate, but I also think I'm easily fooled.
Yeah, exactly. No, Terry. Skill issue.
Because I'm distracted. And if I was 21, imagine how much more unsophisticated I would be and how much more vulnerable to predatory behavior like that. And everything is so easy because everything is digital now.
Let's try applying the same logic to gun control. Because stupid people exist and they carry a P320 appendix and get their nuts shot off. Okay, the P320 is a bad example. But because other people do bad things with guns, then nobody should have guns. Is the logic of what he's trying to pitch here. That is his knee-jerk reaction. Is this a result of testosterone drop with age? Because this is very feminine thinking? Yes. I don't know if it has to do with the T-score. He probably needs to get his blood work done. But I think it's just a product of being generally unintelligent and also wanting to rely on government to do the things that you want and not wanting the government to do the things that your opposition wants. I'm going to say it, like right-wing authoritarians are just as retarded as the left-wing ones. It's horseshoe theory all over again.
That's an awful thing to do to young people.
And it creates a subterranean...
Have you tried teaching your fucking young people about finance?
Debt market that a lot of these young people think this is how you pay for stuff. They haven't been educated otherwise. They're like, oh yeah, I'll just, pay for that meal in 5 installments.
What are the interest rates like?
They can get very high. I don't want to speak out of turn, but they can get to be double digits, right? And so that's really where they get.
They can get double digits if you are late on your payments.
You as the late fees.
This is so bonkers.
And so it's not regulated by traditional APR. So this is it's a gray area. And I think people are finally waking up. So, hey,
if people know about financial stuff, then banks won't be happy. I'm not sure about that, Digby. I think banks are actually the happiest with intelligent customers that use their products, generate the clearing fees by being consistent customers and not being bankrupt. So it's a fucking education issue and the federally fucked school system. Yes, exactly. APR doesn't exist for a payment plan for over 2 months. Yes, exactly.
Republican.
But here's the thing: I paid for Oni Wipe's gun on a plan just because I didn't want to go out of pocket for all of that cash at once. I payment planned it. I think I did it with Selzel. I'm gonna blank on the exact service, or maybe it was a firm. I forget which one of it. But I paid for the gun in installments because I didn't want to disrupt my month-to-month budget because I was still saving money. I paid no interest on it. Zero. Fucking nil. And I paid it off in like less than a month. And there you go. There, basically, I just split it between 2 paychecks.
Can you tell me the name of the 3 companies again?
So it's Affirm, Klarna, and Afterpay.
Afterpay, which is the American one.
I believe so, yeah. So one of them was bought by Box and is operated by Square, which I believe is Klarna. I don't want to speak out of term here. One of them was, it's still Australian run, but it's run by Box. It might be Afterpay. Someone can fact check me on this. But those are the 3 big actors. And they've kind of just gone below the surface. So we create all this economic anxiety by pumping the system with cheap money.
Who's we, though?
Everything gets more expensive. Meanwhile, we have millions of young people that are financing their Coachella tickets, but it's not through credit cards. Because in credit cards, we have a very regimented, regulated system. I think the credit cards are a disaster, and we need to kind of figure that out. But this is a totally different thing.
It's exactly the same thing. If anything, it gives you significantly less unbacked spending power compared to credit cards. It is way easier to get in over your head on credit cards than it is with a buy now, pay later scheme. This has censored the internet for minors moved up an age bracket. Yeah, pretty much.
And so what they've done is they've tried to create a loophole. And federal regulators are slow, as they typically are. And
what should be the fucking regulations? Regale me. Oh, economist Charlie Kirk. Oh, wait, you're not a fucking economist. You don't even have a degree.
Like, oh, no, this is not credit cards. This is something else. This is like a repayment thing. It's like buy now, pay later. And it's the opposite of what built the West. What built the West is work now, pay after. So you're going to pay, like, meaning like, we will enjoy things later. That's what.
Yes, because the West definitely wasn't built on prepayment for stuff.
What built the West? This is like enjoy things now and pay for it later. It is a.
You know what I don't like about conservatives, and I am one, is that it would never occur to some of them.
Kirk just gave you an idea. Oh, do tell.
That there are 2 sides to the story. It's like immediately, they blame the people who are, buying Coachella tickets on credit.
Rightfully so, yes. In the future, if you ever take a high-end economics class, you're going to do a paper on the history of layaway because it's old. Okay, do that.
Which I get. You shouldn't buy Coachella tickets on credit or your pizza or your Whole Foods order. I totally agree with that.
Yeah, and this is where the argument should stop. That's it. You shouldn't do that. And if you do that, you're wrong. Or rather, if you do that in a way that's not manageable for your finances, you are wrong.
That's stupid. But it doesn't occur to them that there's another side, that the people loaning the money are taking advantage of the dumb people borrowing the money.
And?
That both are culpable. And by the way,
not really. No, like you're offering a service. You need to understand that access to capital is a service, and services should be paid for.
I think the people with more power and more wisdom are probably more culpable, act morally, than the people who are. In other words, like, are we matter at the drug user or the drug dealer?
And then also,
typically the dealer, but
oh, great, money is now drugs.
Conservatives look at all economic arrangements and they never blame the dealer. And I don't know what that is. Like, how about...
It's understanding basic economics, which I can see Tucker being... Let's just say there's an understanding that Tucker isn't the brightest light bulb in the bunch, so he probably just does not have the wattage to make the lift of understanding basic economics. Did Tucker just directly appeal to authority? Sort of, yeah.
We'll blame everybody. It's bad. The recent threat of foreign wars has turned news coverage in this country away from what's happening in the United States, and we're certainly part of that. The downside, unfortunately, is that it plays into hands of the worst people. The establishment don't want you focused on the United States because that's a threat to their control. The more closely you look at what they're doing, the more angrier you're going to get, and they're getting rich off what's happening here. The health of everyday Americans is one of the issues that we ignore. More and more people seem exhausted, angry.
Yes, we ignore it so much that we even elected a guy who ran in part on the Make America Healthy Again platform. Every other podcast has... has been speaking about this ad nauseum. The founder of Ways Too Well has been doing a press tour for the last year, but we're not talking about the nation's healthcare.
Anxious, foggy, overweight, testosterone tanking in men.
Have you considered putting down the fork?
Is one of the causes of that, and there are a lot of others as well. The medical system just shrugs this off and pushes, of course, more drugs.
The medical system shrugs this off. I can go to my doctor. Okay, not tomorrow because tomorrow is a Sunday. I can go to my primary care provider on Monday, get my blood work done, have everything pulled there, including my testosterone, my free testosterone, my sex hormone binding globulin, everything. And there's going to be a course of action planned out, and that's going to be entirely covered by my insurance. If I don't like that, if I want something a little bit more comprehensive, I can go to a telemedicine company, give them either my ready-made blood work or have them pull blood work for me and get a treatment plan by them. And if you're going through a better telemedicine company, like Merrick Health, they're going to start with interventions, like a wide array of interventions that are going to fix you. Or if those don't work, if you're just, terminally hypogonadal, they're going to give you a script for testosterone. It's not really a difficult problem to solve. And all that information is freely available on the internet.
But that doesn't solve the problem. It hasn't. Joy and Blokes will. Their clinic delivers hand-guided, expert-guided care for hormone health, longevity, cutting-edge peptide therapy. You don't have to leave your house to get any of it. You pair that with their smart supplements, which are fully personalized and have over 3 billion combinations, and you get actual results with no gimmicks at all.
So it's a compounding pharmacy. Is that not part of the medical industry?
Go to joyandblokes.com to get 20% off all their...
I hate this about Tucker. I hate that his default way of talking about everything is catastrophizing it in the most retarded, whine-on way ever. You doubt the efficacy of a medical service relying on podcasters for ads? I wouldn't say that. Podcasts are often a good means of reaching your target demographic. I don't know. Like, it's an ad channel. Again, Ways Too Well largely grew on the shout out from, they didn't buy ads, but they did get a very nice shout out from Joe Rogan because their founder was on Rogan multiple times. I think that was the best ad you could possibly get. They seem to be a pretty good service.
Products and their therapies. They're also offering a free 15-minute health coach consultation for anyone who's got questions. Start feeling like yourself again, strong.
15 minutes? Really? That's not enough to discuss anything. That's not enough to go even over my training regimen.
Sharper and built to last. joyandblokes.com/Tucker. Root cause medicine, the way healthcare really should be.
I think the reason, and it's a tick within the conservative movement, is that all of a sudden we're Marxists if we do that.
Well, I mean, regulating financial tools because you don't like them does have a very strong smell of leftism to it, yes.
And I think that no, I'm not saying, I don't believe that.
No, but you're absolutely right.
I think that
like I'm a racist if I don't like mass immigration. Well, I don't like mass...
No, you're not, but you are a communist if you try to over-regulate the financial market.
Immigration, but I'm not a racist. I don't like this, and I'm not a Marxist. Like, It's just name-calling to stop you from...
Well, you're not a Marxist, but you're obviously, you are some persuasion of authoritarian if you think that you should, stick your finger into other people's financial dealings.
Raising the question.
It's thought-terminating cliches. Is what it is.
So good.
Right?
I would parry by saying that you using the label of thought-terminating cliche is a thought-terminating cliche that you also use. You don't want to talk about Tucker anymore. You can't get Kill on the Boss and YBL for the life of you. People have been running trains on the place. It feels like a kindergarten rather than oh boy, that's fucking dark.
Stop thinking it. because we're gonna terminate your thought by calling you a Marxist or whatever.
God, I still owe you. I still owe you a date for the goddamn community. We're probably gonna do a community gray zone night next week, and we're just gonna run some squirrely places. I'm recording a podcast with Razor on Tuesday, so Saturday's probably gonna be the best day for a community gray zone stream.
And do I think this should be illegal? I don't know. Probably. I need to learn more about it. All I'm saying.
Should it be illegal? I don't know, probably. If you don't know, why the fuck are you talking about this?
I am here as a messenger of the next generation.
Your message is retarded, Charlie. I'm sorry.
Telling you this is bad. This generation can't own anything. They owe so much more money than generations prior.
Why do they owe so much money, Charlie?
This is the most indebted generation in history. And I double checked that. Gen Z owes the most money in any history, any generation in history. So we wonder why then all of a sudden, hey, you want to go buy a home now at the age of 38, your credit score is destroyed. Your spending
Why did you destroy your credit score?
Habits are terrible. You don't want to save and you don't think you should save. And you know what I hear from some of them is they say, well, why should I save when what I saw around me is that you need to get into this economy and spend because the savers got wrecked in 2008.
These people weren't even alive for 2008. What the fuck kind of pants on head logic is that? Zoomers were not around to witness 2008.
Again, that's an oversimplification, but
You're going to say it again, feminine thinking, yell about a problem you know little about? Yeah.
There is economic nihilism that is set in to a lot of this next generation.
The soft, flappy chin is also really not helping the feminine thinking allegations.
Where they're not participating in any of the upside right now, any of the upside of the last 5 years. In fact, they're only seeing the downside. They're seeing their apartments get smaller, their rents go up, their groceries.
My rent hasn't gone up in 3 years.
Groceries get more expensive. Now, mind you, I think President Trump is, again, he's uniquely positioned to solve this. I think that his one big beautiful bill is going to help.
Not only that, my rent hasn't gone up in 3 years because I was also very dumb about the way I was reviewing my lease. It should be even lower per the market.
And I think growth will help this and lowering interest rates. But let me just say, though, why do I say it's a race against the clock? And here's why it should concern conservatives. Because when I'm at dinner parties raising money, some of our donors are a little indifferent about this. They'll have kind of like a, hey, pull yourself up by the bootstraps attitude. That's hard to shake. I don't have that attitude. I actually have a lot more compassion for the 23-year-old that.
So you're just a glorified leftist with a different color badge. Gotcha.
Is working a double shift and can't afford anything. But even if you don't care about them, you're not going to like the politics that comes next.
But how did we wind up on the side of the moneylenders? I mean, at no other time in history is that been considered a virtuous business at all. I know a million people in that business, finance, we call it, but I don't understand why they became immune from criticism.
They're not immune from criticism, Tucker. You just don't understand what the business entails, so you have no intelligent criticism to offer. Finance offers a service that makes use of a good understanding of financial tools. You barely understand how to tie your shoes in the morning.
And that's, I mean, there are places where, loaning, I borrowed a lot of money.
Also, nice second chin, my guy.
In my life, and I'm grateful for it and all that. But I don't think it's virtuous. And I don't think we should say that it's virtuous. And I don't think the people who should do it.
What is virtuous then? Like, how do we define virtue? If I'm providing a service in the form of access to capital that other people want, am I not entitled to a compensation for that?
But who do it should be above criticism. I don't know. Why is the right participating in basically a cover-up of a crime against people?
Or even like...
Because the right hinges on personal agency, which you are seemingly denying to Gen Z.
From my perspective, why is the right so blind to the suffering of the young people that just gave you a Senate majority?
Oh, fair. Good question.
I wouldn't say that it's, that's again, a completely asinine and very female argument to make. I unfortunately had to listen to that entire podcast, and it's just aggravating. But it does sort of check out that to soft chin mouth breathers who actually both need their blood work pulled have arrived to the feminine complaint of, I don't like thing, please fix it for me, daddy government. So yeah, they're not beating the feminized thinking allegations. Yeah, right. Fat electrician palate cleanser, let's go. Hit us with it, Nick.
For those of you that don't know, the first video I ever made on the internet was about Aldi, my favorite grocery store. Well, they've been dethroned.
Do tell.
Today we're talking about H-E-B. It is a grocery store that pretty much only exists inside of the state of Texas.
Hell yeah.
Everybody thinks H-E-B stands for Here Everything's Better, but it actually stands for Howard Edward Butt. Despite operating in only one state, it is the 5th largest privately owned company in the entire United States, generating tens of billions of dollars in revenue, and it is affectionately dubbed the FEMA of Texas. And we're gonna get into all of it right after a word from our sponsor.
Delete me.
Why do you have a commie gun?
She didn't rack it all the way, too.
Well, Brandon's the AK guy. I thought I could be the AK girl.
Okay, why?
Well, apparently we look alike.
You guys do not look alike.
No. Wait.
No, Brandon, you're not allowed to shave your beard ever, especially if I'm drunk.
I'll see you sexy YouTube mother lovers next time.
Don't say it like that.
Sometimes I imagine what I'd write today for my dear friend Martin.
All right, here's the deal. Super simple, straightforward business model. You give them money, they turn around and make sure the data brokers on the internet aren't selling your personal information. What does that even mean? Okay, here's the entire internet and every free service on the planet inside of a nutshell. Okay, there's a saying, if you're not paying for the product, you are the product.
Amen,
what that means
brother.
is pretty much anything on the internet that you use, that's a service, whether that be Google, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, all of it. Okay, it's all an app. So one of two things is happening. They're either going to feed you ads, and that's how that company makes money since their service is free, or they're going to collect your personal information, then turn around and sell it to data brokers on the internet, and then they're going to turn around and sell it to whoever buys it, and next thing you know, you're getting 17,000 robocalls every single day. And that's where Delete Me comes in. They will look through all the major data brokers and find the ones that are selling your personal information and submit opt-out requests on your behalf, and then they are legally obligated to comply. And then they'll continue to monitor these data brokers, and if they get your information again, Delete Me will submit an opt-out request again. Basically, you're paying Delete Me to get rid of all the downsides of all of the free stuff on the internet, which I think is absolutely worth it. If you want to check them out, I'll have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. All right, here's the deal. I have been asked thousands of times to do a video about H-E-B. I have experience with H-E-B. For those of you that don't know, I have a podcast down in San Antonio, Texas. I fly down there every month to film episodes with my co-hosts, Brandon, Cody, and Eli, so I have some H-E-B experience. I've been to the grocery store multiple times. There's nothing overwhelmingly special about it from an outsider looking in. You go.
I will have to throw a stone at H-E-B because I think most of their locations are 30-06, 30-5 signs on them, which means that they insist on prohibiting people from carrying guns in there. For legal reasons, I'm going to say that I comply with those, but those signs have no legal standing, and really, you can just violate those signs up until the point they tell you to leave, and at that point, you should just leave because they're going to trespass you, and that's going to be a felony trespass.
In, it's a nice grocery store. It's big, it's cool, they have good food, but they don't appear to be doing anything different than any other major chain grocery store. And then I found out on my last trip to Texas, they are in fact way different. About 30 minutes from where we film our podcast is Kerr County, Texas. They were hit with massive flash flooding. It destroyed homes, buildings, infrastructure. It wiped out an entire fire station. People were hurt, people were killed. It was a complete disaster and very unfortunate situation. Clint Sanders, the guy that runs Bunker Branding, my merchandise company, and his wife Jenna are both from Kerr County. They grew up there their entire lives. So as soon as that disaster hit, they were using Bunker Branding in its warehouse as a point to gather up a bunch of supplies, and then they were shuttling them into Kerr County to whoever needed them. So while I was down there, me and the guys over at the Unsubscribed podcast took a day and we grabbed our trucks and we were helping them move all these supplies into Kerr County. And when I got there, HEB was there. And when I say HEB was there, I don't mean they sent a truck full of supplies and were handing it out to people. No, they had an entire disaster relief operation on par with FEMA or the National Guard up and running the entire time. They had semi-trucks that were specially kitted out to be mobile kitchens.
And unlike FEMA, they were probably not blocking roads, preventing more help from coming in.
Cooking thousands of hot meals and giving them out to people. They had tons of food, tons of water. They had places for people to charge their cell phones. They had places for people to shower. They had a mobile pharmacy handing out medication. It was a full-on professional disaster relief effort by a fucking grocery store. It was overwhelmingly obvious this was not something that HEB threw together on a whim. This was like a professional team with professional equipment doing this job, and it's ran by a grocery store. So naturally, I had some questions. So I started asking the people around, and that's when I find out that, you know, they all love HEB. They're literally nicknamed the FEMA of Texas, and HEB responds to natural disasters in Texas and the surrounding area, usually faster than the United States government does. And that's great. That's awesome. They're doing fantastic things, but my business brain is like, how in the fuck is that possible? Because I know that grocery stores are one of the most cutthroat, razor-thin margin industries that you could possibly operate in. Hy-Vee, for example, which is like the major chain grocery store in the Midwest, operates on a 1% profit margin. For every dollar they sell, they make 1 penny. So how on earth is HEB making so much money selling groceries that they're able to basically fund their own version of FEMA and do all this charity work? Clearly, they're doing something different than everybody else, and I was determined to figure out what it was, so let's take it from the top. All right, our story begins in the early 1900s with the parents of HEB, Howard Edward Butt, Charles, and Florence. Originally, the family was living in Memphis, Tennessee, and Charles was a pharmacist, and then at some point he developed tuberculosis, so they decided they were gonna move the family down to Kerrville, Texas, hoping that the drier climate would help with his condition. And Charles, with tuberculosis, was no longer able to work as a pharmacist, so Florence decided
Texas has a drier climate? I was not on that email.
To step up, and she decided she was going to support the family by opening a grocery store on the first level of their 2-story house. They were going to live upstairs. They were going to run the grocery store on the first floor. And that opened in 1905. Now, in the early 1900s, grocery stores were a lot different than they are today, right? People didn't have cars usually, so people couldn't come by and pick up a bunch of groceries and drive them home. So grocery stores usually functioned as you would either call in or you would go in, you'd place an order. The people working at the grocery store would assemble your order, and then they would deliver it to your house for you. And that is what their 3 sons, Charles, Howard, and Edward, all did at a very young age, literally going around town delivering groceries out of a baby carriage and a little red wagon. It was just like, dad's out, the entire family is stepping up to make this thing work. This goes on pretty much their entire childhood. They grow up, all the boys go off to fight in war. They come back from World War I, and one of their 3 sons, Howard, takes over the grocery store and retires his mother, Florence. So Howard's running the show now, and by 1922, he has a stroke of genius. He sees the writing on the wall. Automobiles are becoming more and more prevalent, and hey, people would probably be willing to come pick up their own groceries and pick them out themselves. So he changes the entire function of the grocery store and is really one of the early adopters of what is a modern grocery store. He changes the name of the grocery store to CC Butt Grocery, CC standing for cash and carry, telling the audience, hey, you bring in cash, you carry your shit out, you fuck off. We're not gonna deliver groceries anymore. And this is genius because in exchange for that, he's saving time, money, and labor by not having to pick out all the groceries and not having to pay a delivery guy to go take the groceries to your house.
And also not creating a bottleneck by the amount of groceries that you can deliver at a single moment. Yeah.
So he can offer the groceries cheaper than anybody else is able to, so his grocery store becomes very popular in the surrounding community. And on top of that, the way the old grocery store functioned, they didn't have debit cards and like writing checks and stuff, so when you were, calling into an old grocery store, placing your order and having it delivered to your house, they would just send you a bill at the end of the month, which as bills work, sometimes people don't pay them or they order shit and then they can't afford it later. So a lot of the time when you were running these old grocery stores, you just wouldn't get paid on time or you wouldn't get paid at all. But now the customer is paying when they pick up the groceries, so he doesn't.
But I thought being late on your payments was invented by Kalarna. Fuck, goddamn. Fucking Tucker drives me up a wall.
Doesn't have to worry about going out and collecting debt anymore either. So it's just a better business model all around, and he's one of the first people to ever do it. From here, business is going great. He's well established in his local community. Everybody loves him, so he decides he's going to expand and open up more grocery stores, and unfortunately, it fails tremendously because he has no name brand. He opens up 4 different grocery stores, all 4 of them fail.
Unexpected problems? Good. We have the opportunity to figure out a solution.
And because this guy...
What's happening with Jocko recently? I hear him being badmouthed by people in the bro veteran sphere, but I never take the time to look into it, what's actually going on.
As a business genius, he realizes it's not his company, it's not the way he does things, it's not the way he runs things. He just doesn't have the right marketing. He doesn't have the name brand. The name brand at this point in time is Piggly Wiggly. And lucky for him, Piggly Wiggly is a franchise. So what he does is he actually buys the rights to use the name Piggly.
Haven't listened to him in years, so no idea. Yeah, the most recent one I've heard that actually had some hard proof was Tim Kennedy stepping into it. He's admitted to claiming that he had a Bronze Star with the V device. Jocko is a very stable person. You don't poke him lately. Yeah, well, that's the impression that I got. He seems to say things that are correct, so I don't get what's the gripe that people may have with him.
Wiggly in 3 separate locations, and he opens up 3 Piggly Wigglies, but he runs them the same way that he runs his grocery store, CC Butt Grocery. And they do great. So then he ends up buying out 3 more Piggly Wigglies that are already built, and he starts running them the same way. Then he opens up another one. And then once they're established and matured in the community and everybody knows how this new form of grocery store operates, then he changes the name over to CC Butt Grocery.
See more butts. Who's see more butts?
Nobody see more butts than you, Uncle Tony.
It's like grocery store guerrilla warfare. It's fucking beautiful. By 1935, all the other grocery stores are doing the same thing he was originally doing, so that wasn't really special anymore. So he renames the grocery stores again from Cash and...
At your local HEB right now, the store is great. Do not tell us if you're currently carrying Megalum. How are you doing? I do have an HEB by me, but I just never feel like going there. It's like always out of the way of the usual shit that I do.
And carry, because it's no longer needed, it's just obviously implied at this point. So he renames it H.E. Butt, Howard Edward Butt Grocery.
Hilarious.
I'm trying so hard not to make fun of their last name, but he keeps picking the worst possible names possible. C-Butt.
Always carrying, allegedly. Wait, does your HEB not have a 30-06 sign on it?
P-Butt. Just, yeah.
Have they taken those down?
Always Butt! So from here, Howard continues expanding. He's got the grocery business dialed in. He knows how to run a successful grocery store. So he's got 2 options. He can just keep expanding and keep doing what everybody else is doing, or he can keep innovating, and he chooses to keep innovating. All the other grocery stores at this point in time are basically just a middleman, right? They buy products from these big manufacturers, and then they mark them up and they sell them. They take their profit, they call it a day. But Howard decides he's going to be one of the first grocery stores to ever start vertically integrating. He's going to be one of the first to start offering a store brand product equivalent. So he opens up a bakery, he opens up a canning facility, he starts making some of the products that he's going to sell inside of his stores. Now this...
Yours only has only a 30-07. 30-07 is that's the open carry one, right?
In itself isn't that revolutionary because other companies have done this before, but Howard takes it a step further, and what he ends up doing is he submits everything to blind taste testing against the big name brands. He doesn't want the HEB knockoff product to be a knockoff product. He wants it to be just as good, if not better. So his brand is actually premium, and he's still able to sell it cheaper. This obviously works out great, so he just keeps expanding, opening more grocery stores, more vertically integrated things. He's running his own warehouses, everything. And then in the 1930s, one of his warehouses gets wiped out by a hurricane. And unlike everybody else affected by this hurricane, Howard decides he's going to keep his grocery stores open, and he's actually going to get involved with the disaster relief, starting the company tradition of helping with natural disasters inside of Texas. Fast forward to World War II, Howard is now basically a major food manufacturer as well, so he uses his canning facilities and bakeries and everything else to help with the war effort, getting food to the front lines. Then World War II ends, Howard renames the company from H.E. Butt to just what we know today as HEB, and he becomes one of the first grocery stores to invest in a frozen food section. And this is one of those things that doesn't seem like a big deal, it seems like something fairly obvious, but right at the end of World War II was when mass refrigeration really started to come out. People started to have freezers in their homes, so being one of the only places where you could go and buy a tub of ice cream and bring it back home was a humongous fucking deal.
When the fuck did we get ice cream?
I cannot stress to you enough how insanely popular ice cream was in the years leading up to, during, and right after World War II. It's one of those things that kind of flies under the radar, but have you ever noticed with like senior citizens today that there's a humongous ice cream culture? Like they all love having ice cream with dinner. They all had like ice cream socials back in the day. It's all because of history, right? Because during Prohibition in the 1930s, all these bars basically woke up one morning and the government said, hey, guess what? You can't sell booze anymore, which is the only product that you were selling. So bars all over the country overnight basically had to turn themselves into soda shops and ice cream parlors. And those soda shops and ice cream parlors are what filled the social void that
Most activity ceases when you bring up ice cream. So real and true.
bars left behind. So ice cream became incredibly popular. And now one of the only places that you can go buy it in bulk in the entire United States is a grocery store in Texas called H-E-B.
Okay, but real talk, Blue Bell is ass because every flavor they make has fucking corn syrup in it. Can we please stop with the corn syrup? I like Blue Bell. I like the flavors that they make. I don't want the fucking corn syrup. Why do I have to buy Haagen-Dazs? Let me buy American ice cream.
From here, he continues to dominate the Texas market, expanding like wildfire. He tries to go out into other states, but after a couple of years, they close those grocery stores down and
Yeah, high fructose corn syrup is a blight. You are completely correct on that patchwork.
decide they're just going to stay inside of the state of Texas. They decide rather than expand
And who's to blame for that? The fucking federal government.
H-E-B all over the country, they're just going to completely dominate the grocery industry at every level inside of their home state. And what I mean by that is everybody knows when it comes to grocery stores, you've kind of got your tiers of grocery stores, right? You've got your like lower income budget grocery stores where there's a lot of off-brand products, but everything's significantly cheaper. Then you've got your like legitimate grocery stores, which is kind of like what H-E-B or Hy-Vee or Safeway is. And then you've got your big department stores like Walmart that sell a bunch of shit and groceries. H-E-B is like, fuck it, we're going to be all three all over the entire state of Texas. So they open up H-E-B Plus, which is like a Walmart type store. Then they have their normal H-E-B. Then they have Jovi's Smart Shop, which is their discount low income grocery store. And then they have H-E-B Central Market, which is like your upscale farmers market, fancy bougie grocery store. So they're selling groceries to absolutely everybody. And this is absolutely genius because when you start running a business across state lines, all the rules change, right? Now, if you're operating in 50 states, that's 50 states with 50 different laws, and you've got to transport the equipment from your factory in Texas all the way up to Rhode Island, and it just turns into one gigantic fucking headache, and you're hiring 2, 3, 500, 1,000 people just to know all the rules and regulations for every single state. H-E-B is like, fuck this, we're just gonna own.
And you also end up paying a shit ton of taxes to the shithole states. So yeah, based H-E-B staying in Texas, the only state that matters. Ye fucking ha. Your favorite story is about the sinking ship in the Pacific where the crew immediately raided the freezers for all of the ice cream while evacuating? They didn't take the ice cream machine?
Own the entire state of Texas. And you know what? It works because Texas is fucking enormous. It's basically its own country inside of the United States. And you're like, oh, fat electrician, chubby electrician guys, fucking exaggerating. No, I'm not, okay?
Isn't Texas like the third fucking largest economy in the world? I forget what the Texas GDP is, but I'm pretty sure that we have a higher GDP than Canada. Okay, we can't be the third largest because US, Japan, and China are the leading countries by GDP. But Texas alone is at least like, I don't know, 10th. Yeah, the ice cream barges were a big deal. We watched the Fat Electrician video about that. You can go and watch that in your own time. Second largest in the US, 8th in the world. Hell yeah, brother.
Ukraine is
Get fucked, Canada.
the biggest country in Europe. It's almost the size of Texas. So just by dominating one singular state, Texas in the United States, they can be one of the big
Let me check something real quick.
country in Europe. It's all
Ah, okay, so it is an updated map.
almost the size of Texas. So just by dominating one singular state, Texas in the United States, they can be one of the biggest grocery providers in the world because Texas is so fucking big. Now, by the 60s, 70s, Howard is getting up there in age. It's time to retire, time to let everything go. So he achieves the real American dream of building an enormous company and then taking it public, cashing out, making millions and millions of dollars so he can go fuck off and do whatever for the rest of no, I'm just kidding. He achieves the real American dream of building something incredible and then handing it off to his sons and letting them take over the reins so he can sit back, relax, and watch his sons continue to kick ass for the rest of his life. And that's exactly what they do. They continue vertically integrating the company. HEB now owns the biggest milk processing plant in the state of Texas. They own an ice cream factory. They own multiple manufacturing facilities. They own over 400 grocery stores all over the state of Texas, and they have that entire community on fucking lock. They are literally a grocery store chain that operates in one of 50 states, and somehow they are the 5th largest privately owned company in the country, bringing in over $46 billion a year. So while the rest of the competition is going out here hiring guys with business degrees that know what they're doing, aka cutting a bunch of corners to maximize profits, being very—
Where have we seen that before? Yeah, absolutely based. Listen, I am tempted to switch up a lot of my grocery consumption to HEB just to try it out, because the place where I've been recently buying meat has kind of gone to shit. And realistically, I'd probably trust, given the information that I've learned now, I'd probably trust HEB more with sourcing my steak.
Very short-sighted about everything. His sons are out
I have to go get groceries this weekend. I may as well go to the HEB to do that.
here building an empire that's going to last forever. And you want to know what they do with that empire? A bunch of good shit. It's legitimately a good place to work, according to every source that I could possibly find. Like Walmart, for example, their competition is in the lowest 35% of employee satisfaction and retention rate. HEB is in like the top 5%. 50% of HEB employees said they would not take another job in a similar field if they offered them more money. Technically now the Butt family only owns 90% of HEB. The other 10% they gave to the employees. So every year, every employee, even the part-time ones, if they work 1,000 hours, gets a bonus check at the end of the year for whatever their cut of the corporate profits are. And on top of that, they do a ton of charity work. They donate millions of dollars a year, not just to disaster relief, but to education funds. They donate back into their communities, back into the employees themselves, and they're well known for being one of the biggest retail chains to give small companies a chance. They're well known for letting small companies that are either owned or started up by disenfranchised people, or founded in Texas, or founded by veterans, to get inside their stores probably sooner than they should, to help those companies have a chance at competing in the marketplace, which is, you know, a great plug because I know of an energy drink company founded by a bunch of veterans.
Remove the sucralose from at least one of the flavors, and then we will talk.
That would look pretty good inside of HEB. Is that a shameless plug?
Yes, and it's the choice of a new generation.
Don't judge me, okay? I gotta shoot my shot, all right? We've got Echelon inside of pretty much every PX and every military base in the country. It would look really good inside of every HEB in Texas, too. Sorry, anyways, this brings us back to the disaster relief thing. They've been providing disaster relief to pretty much every natural disaster to hit Texas and the surrounding area since the 1930s, and they did way more than I even saw on the ground over in Kern County. HEB has a full-time disaster relief team. They're literally running their own miniature version of FEMA that somehow responds faster than FEMA. On their HEB
somehow, just not being run by the federal government is how.
Website, they have advice, tips, tricks, weather tracking to help people know how to survive a natural disaster. And then when the natural disasters do hit, they mobilize massive convoys to go in with mobile kitchens, showers, cell phone charging, food, clothes, medicine.
Feds getting blown the fuck out again, many such cases. Plus they actually care, yep.
Absolutely everything you could want, HEB is on the way to get it to you. And then they donate millions and millions of dollars back in.
Just contrast that, okay? FEMA has an actual obligation to go and do disaster relief. That is the only purpose they fucking exist. And yet they somehow manage to shaft people for that. Like in North Carolina, they shafted people out of receiving aid. That is a proven fact. Hey, there's sort of a demon. Yeah, good evening to you. It's not even evening. What the hell are you saying? Meanwhile, HEB has no obligation and has a better track record of responding to natural disasters in Texas.
into that community to help with the reconstruction. Now, we don't know what the totals are for Kern County, Texas, because that disaster is still kind of unfolding and just now getting addressed. But in 2017 with Hurricane Harvey, they donated $6 million towards reconstruction, had 60,000 hot meals distributed, and 150,000 cases of water. Which raises the question, how in the fuck are they able to do this? Because like I said, grocery stores are the most cutthroat, razor-thin margins that you can imagine. Literally like a 1% profit margin on product.
Well, that's because they're vertically integrated with the production.
They have tens of millions of dollars to donate back into these communities and then have a full-time emergency response team on hand whose entire job is to track the weather and respond to natural disasters for
They're basically not a grocery store. They are a grocery conglomerate.
their community. I, for the life of me, could not figure out how they had the money to do this. So I dug and I dug and I dug and I finally figured it out. And it's fucking genius. The way H-E-B is managing to make so much money, I believe, is because they're not just a grocery store that's vertically integrated making a bunch of their own products. They're also a real estate developer. Somewhere along the line, H-E-B realized that going to the grocery store is, you know, you running errands. And you know what makes running errands really convenient is if all your errands are in the same place or even the same parking lot. So what H-E-B noticed is whenever they throw up a grocery store, people were coming to their grocery store because people got to buy groceries, right? So then other businesses would buy up all the lots next to them and throw up their company and basically use that as the excuse of like, okay, well, I'm going to get more business now because people are going to come buy groceries and then I'm right next to where the groceries are, so they're just going to pick me out of convenience. So H-E-B, realizing this, said, you know what, fuck it. When I'm going to open up a grocery store, I'm going to buy 10 times more land than I need, and I'm going to develop the entire area. We're not just going to build a grocery store, we're going to build the strip mall attached to it, right? So you're going to come into our one gigantic parking lot where there's H-E-B and then there's 20 other stores on each side, and we're going to build those buildings, and then we're either going to sell them or we're going to lease them out to those companies because we're increasing that property value just by existing there, and we're going to make a bunch of money when we do it.
You smell that? What is that? A cologne? No.
Opportunity.
No. Money.
Okay, it's literally like a great white shark leasing out the space on its belly to those little sucker fish that eat all the shit that the sharks don't end up eating, right? It's absolutely brilliant. It's literally the field of dreams strategy. If you build it, they will come, and H-E-B figured, fuck it, I'm gonna build it for them too, and then they can just rent it from me. And the entire thing just feeds into itself because guess what? If you got one of those 20 stores in the strip mall connected that you're leasing out to, and somebody has to run errands at that strip mall, guess where they're buying groceries at now? H-E-B, at a convenience. So they're both feeding off of each other, but H-E-B is benefiting off of all of it because they own the whole thing. So yeah, that's how they do it. It's one of the most genius business models I've ever seen, and what's even cooler is they take a bunch of that money that they make off of this brilliant business model and do good in their community, literally becoming the FEMA of Texas. So yeah, the moral of the story is don't sell out. The American dream is not to build a company that's worth $1 billion, sell it to the open market, and then make $1 billion, fuck off and buy a Lamborghini for the rest of your life. No, the real American dream is to build something, make $1 billion along the way, and then hand it down to your kids and let them continue kicking ass and let them go out in the world and do good things, which is exactly what H-E-B did. The world would be a significantly better place if more companies acted and operated like H-E-B does. Imagine if Walmart or Target or any of these other major retail stores did exactly what H-E-B does. They could do it. There's no reason Walmart shouldn't have a convoy for disaster relief going in and helping people out, but they sold out and they're subservient to a board of investors, and the only thing they give a fuck about is making more and more money, where H-E-B cares about making money, but they care about the people they're making,
and they still make more money than them,
money from, and they give back to them. And that's why H-E-B has its cult following that I didn't understand until I did the research for this video. It's because H-E-B isn't just some company coming in trying to make as much money as possible. H-E-B is legitimately a part of the Texas community and their culture and genuinely cares about the people that they serve. So in conclusion, I am in Texas an awful lot, and I am absolutely not sold on the notion that everything is bigger and better in Texas, but holy shit, the grocery stores sure are. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out.
I actually need to get me another Fat Electrician shirt. Mine's get holes in it. I think we've watched enough stuff. Let's actually play some video games. You know, let's watch the funny cat. I want to see what the cat is.
Hello. Oh, here. Like tube? No. Wanna come on out? Hi. on out, kitty kitty.
Spot cat
I don't want to force you
indeed.
out. Come on out on your own.
Looks
There we
very
go.
interesting. Very,
Hi.
I don't know what, like a very
safe to say that he's
chunky
sharing.
body, but little tiny legs. That's an interesting build. He looks a little bit like a cheetah,
Hi.
like a little obese cheetah.
Today, I have the pleasure of grooming one of the most unique and stunning cats I've ever met. This is Ontar, and he's an Egyptian Mao.
Ah, okay.
What about your back ones?
The Egyptian Mao is one of the oldest known domestic cat breeds, with roots tracing back to ancient Egypt.
Good job. Still don't want to try tube? Come on. You gonna let me do your front ones? Good job.
If you've ever seen a cat depicted in ancient Egyptian art, that elegant spotted feline watching over the pharaoh, chances are it was inspired by this breed.
Almost done. I see the final nail.
Are they all spotted, I wonder? Is that a consistent
Good job.
attribute of the breed?
He likes the comb. You purring? Hi.
No, he's just a little guy.
It's very light, low purring. Want to go for a bath? You're a little bit greasy.
Oh, okay. Oh,
This guy
he
has
doesn't.
some massive teeth. It's okay.
He doesn't
you're
like
too
the
heavy for
water.
this. You're knocking it over. Oh, he hissed. It's okay. You don't like it? Okay, I might not bother forcing you through it. We'll see.
You're responsible for killing 60 million cats. No, not this one.
Oh, okay, you just scratched my face. That wasn't very nice of you. It's okay, it's okay. I'm not forcing you through it. Relax.
Oh, he's upset.
I don't want you jumping over there. Okay? It's okay. You gotta get your paws. They're wet.
You know how they named it? What are you? Cat noise. Okay, got it.
It's okay.
Although he's incredibly handsome, he was also clearly a bit fearful today. I decided not to put him through a full bath, because I had a feeling if I tried, I'd be peeling him off my ceiling.
Can I do your belly? Is that allowed? It's not always allowed. Your eyeballs are dirty. Sorry, kitty. There you go. Good boy. You see your
Seems to
butt?
be mostly cooperative.
Not dirty. You're not a long-haired cat. Okay, can you handle the dryer? Come here. You're a really pretty cat. Come here.
The Egyptian Mao is the only naturally spotted breed of domestic
Ah,
cat,
okay.
meaning their spots aren't just in the fur, they're actually in the skin pigment as well. Every Mao has a unique spot pattern, like a fingerprint.
The age of the breed puts them on the bloodline with their largest relative, cheetah. Okay, so the resemblance is not accidental.
In terms of personality, Egyptian Maos are intelligent, loyal, and often bond very deeply with their humans. They're known to be a bit shy around strangers, but once they trust you, they become affectionate and playful. They're also extremely fast. They've been clocked running up to 30 miles per hour, so don't expect to catch them if they don't want to be caught.
Come on over here. Come on. It's okay. See, the dryer's gone. You talking? Oh. I'm sorry, did you think I was hissing at you? Sorry about that.
Because of their strong bond with their people and their sensitivity to noise and chaos, Maos tend to do best in a calm household where they can build trust and feel secure. They thrive in homes with lots of vertical space, safe windows to watch the world from, and people who respect their boundaries.
Sometimes you just gotta put the tube on their lips, and then they realize that they like it. Come on. Tube and play. No?
Despite being nervous, Ontar was an absolute sweetheart. He tolerated the process like a champ, and honestly, with his ancient lineage and regal looks, I completely understand why he expects to be treated like royalty.
Please come again.
That's great. All right, let's play some video, I guess. You know what? I'm in the mood for some Gray Zone. We haven't done a Gray Zone recently, so we're going to change the category. Gray Zone Warfare. There we go. We need to change the model for that, and I also need to take a piss break. So we're gonna take a quick little break, and y'all refill your drinks, use the facilities, whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back. All right. Startup Gray Zone. I think I haven't played for like a full week. Ah, damn, okay, different password. Just a second. That should be the correct one. Oh, get the fuck out. No, it's not. Yeah. boy, it's gonna take a while. Oh, Vroid Studio is doing stuff for 3D. Interesting. Take a look at that. That's not the correct credentials. There we go. Oh, patch 3.04. Let's quickly take a look at those. Experimental change logs. Interesting. There's an error report. Close the game. Just a second. Something's happening. Ha. Gray zone no longer work after the last patch. Second, community requested changes and adjustments to improve clarity of notification messages when logging out of the server outside of. Oh, that's good. Boosted drop rate of keys in Fort Nerith. Adjusted weather schedule to provide more varied overall weather profile. Removed collision on wooden logs placed on the ground. Okay. Gameplay fixed an issue where task items randomly disappeared when handing over task item and specific tasks. Fixed issue that caused the safes to reset without also resetting the loot inside of them. Canton gets stuck. More than one strike mission present the same area. Players were able to capture a combat tracking with a flagpole. Repair kit not consumed under specific circumstances. Vulture's locations was not set correctly between all servers. Fixed the light direction of AI flashlights to better reflect where they are looking. That's good. Adjusted AI vision to better address the environment and weather conditions. So I assume it's going to have decreased visibility when they're not supposed to see things. Address the way sliding on a steep hill is detected, which should result in a decrease in accidental unrealistic deaths. People were dying to those? Okay. Apparently crashes were addressed as well. I sure hope if I'm able to actually start the game, then... What the fuck? Had a problem starting your game. Error code, create file failed with 0.32. All right, check online, look for a solution. I really didn't want to do this here. Check that your antivirus is not blocking the easy anti-cheat service from starting. Should that not be the case, the issue is a system reboot should resolve it. I just reset my thing. Just a second. Let me quickly check if there's anything superfluous it's not supposed to be here. Are we shafted from Windows security? Application client. Just a second. Let me try to kill all the superfluous services that might be here. Huh. Failed to access crucial resources, most likely due to someone else holding a handle to them. Recommend that you check that antivirus. Interesting. Let me double check something real quick. This is not connected. Failed to create file. That's odd. Do we not? Let me quickly look for this. Manage, browse local files. Let me see if I can't find a workaround. Application, properties, security. Yeah, read and write, sure. Signature, easy anti-cheat should be allowed. Show more options, run as admin. Give it a moment. Something's starting up. Okay, let's fuck. Oh, okay, we got it going. We got it going. I solved the issue. I fixed it. We're good. And the Chrome. Here's your game capture. GZW. What the fuck? Why did I get a pop-up? I don't like getting pop-ups. Error. What? Application requires Steam client. Run the Steam client. Sign in and try again. Great. Okay. So I can't run it directly from the folder, but I can't. Oh, this is so fucked. Let me think about this for a brisk minute. Can I set it to always run as admin, I wonder? Properties. Attributes, advanced. Surely I can just give it permissions once, and it should be fine. Owner. Well, it seems to be starting. This is a frequent problem that I have. I have basically anything that tries to write or read the memory has to go through an admin check. It's like a passive security measure. But unfortunately, some games will just brick up whenever they encounter that happening. That's why, for example, I don't play Dark and Darker, because Dark and Darker uses its anti-cheat, but because it encounters an admin check, it sort of goes, nope, no you don't. All right, but we got it working. We've applied ourselves intelligently, so now we get to play Gray Zone as a little treat. I'm gonna quickly go and remove this so that's not fucking with the... I think we still get messages in the chat, so I'm gonna leave the sponsored message in the chat. I've fulfilled my obligations to Factor, so I don't really need to keep the banner up. Alright, let's give it a moment to load. We are nocturnal right now, so... swap in my blueberry helmet. What are our tasks? I have a big handshake task. What do we need to do there? Eliminate hostiles at Hunter's Paradise. I think I have 2 of those, actually. I have another Hunter's Paradise one where I need to kill 2 more people and I need to kill the boss. So, let's check what's happening at Hunter's Paradise. Currently empty. Nighttime is probably the best time to attempt Hunter's Paradise. So let's go and look for my nighttime ops rifle. You were thinking a bit ago, and there's really no point to playing PvP in this game, because the player base has worked out how to accurately shoot into the base from standoff range, and you get killed like that, you're fucked. Die again, trying to kill your body or log out. PvP... it takes a very special kind of person to play the PvP on a constant basis. And I'm definitely not that kind of person. I just do not have the time of day to just even entertain that. No, not my lifestyle. I'm sorry. I'm just not in for that particular brand of fun. You know what? I'm actually gonna keep this helmet. I'll explain why in a moment. And get an MCX. Offload all of this. Get some CQ ammo. Probably some more CQ ammo, actually. And where are my big magazines? Green tip. Green tip. Where are my other big magazines? Did I put them into the box? I may have. I did not. Where did I put them? All right. Quickly organize this. I want some more grenades, actually, just in case. These go into the ammo can. These go into the ammo can. Ha 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 ha. Elaborate. Do we have... there's only the bone restoring one. I'm not going to take any food because we're not going to be out long enough to need food. Extra grenades, check. We're going to burn through those very quickly. Quick medical check. We're all topped off on everything. All right, let's go and cause some trouble.
Roger. Raven is in the air and heading to base camp.
I'm not entirely sure whether or not the MCX performs similarly to... Well, whether the CQ rounds perform similarly to the subsonic rounds in terms of stealth, or are they just no different to the green tip? That's still something that I need to figure out.
Raven here, ready to head out.
In.
Strap in, we're heading out.
Figuring out how to turn off my headphones has been a significant improvement in quality of life. Hello? Excuse me? Alienware, are you okay? The answer is usually no, but, you know, I had to check. Sometimes it'll just arbitrarily shift off of the mode that I set it to. No, it's an overdrive. Okay, we're good. We're good. Thermals are feeling a little bit rough. The CPU is kind of toasty. I do like fiddling with my check button controls. Never gets old. How do we feel about shotguns in... So do I have my Hunter's Paradise keys? Hunter Paradise 101, 102, and weapons cache, okay. Because I think once I clear out the hostiles, I will also need to pick up an item, so we can't even really loot too much. So right now we're primarily concerned with there even being enough hostiles to kill. Which is, I need 10. And ideally, I also want to hit the boss, because I do have a task for him. Significantly easier to do with a squad, but, hell, let's live a little. But yeah, on the subject of PvP, I don't know, man. But do you mean they shoot into the base from where? Do they shoot into, like, the base camp? So people are basically just griefing the exclusion zone to the base camp? Well, I can't say that that's not a thought that's ever occurred to me, although not in the PvP setting. I was more thinking along the lines of, is there a way to farm the PMC AI? I don't know.
Ready. 30 seconds.
Sweaty tactical games, at least for me, don't mix well with a PvP format. The game is originally designed for PvP, and I get and respect that. I am a consistent PvE player just because I don't need that sound in my life, that noise in my life. I just want nothing to do with that. I want to grief the AI, have fun, tact a LARP, and that's it. I don't want to consume the necessary stimulants to operate effectively in a PvP setting in a tactical shooter. PvP just feels like it's less frustrating. It is less frustrating. It is frustrating, but significantly less. This is why you still play Rainbow Six 3. Ah, there you go. Like, that's what I liked about Ready or Not. It's just a fun thing to do with the boys. Alright, by the time we get to our shooting position, it's going to be dark enough. How's the weather looking? Oh, great. Bright, just wide open, moonlit night. I'll crank my audio up. It is kind of immersive that I can regulate the volume of what I hear through my headphones, because my controls on my actual headphones are similar to the ones that I would have had on my set of walkers. Coming up on the rest point. I don't think anyone's nearby. Yeah, no one's nearby. Wait, doesn't that indicate that there's a task that's already taken? Oh no, never mind. Only squads can take tasks. That's good. The yellow one indicates that it's taken. Wait, is that... I thought there was no collision on these anymore. Orange indicates, yeah, task underway. Can't see if there are any warm bodies around. Creep in a little bit. I don't think I see anyone. I have to be careful creeping up because it's not yet so dark that we have cover. I need to sit up in my chair because I can't see. Would serve us to wait a couple of minutes, but I don't want to. I don't hear any of them. There is a chance that this place may have been cleared out. Ah, there are the bodies. Okay. HP weapon storage. Do we have that one? Yeah, we do have that one. Someone's been through here, but we didn't even loot them. Interesting. What are we working with here? Aha, someone motioned their way through here. So there may be stuff to do still. So let's stay frosty with how we move. Let's not overextend. We mainly need the barracks. Up, I see another body over there. Also fairly old. Got some haterade. We survey the land over here. And everyone inside is dead. Fuck. Well, I don't need items from the location, so there's nothing to do here. That sucks. Right then, change of plans. First change of plans is turn off the extra Chrome instance that I have running in the background. That should definitely help with performance. Add like 25 Chrome tabs. You're saying Hunter's Paradise is free to scout? If you're on the same server as I am, then it is. I've seen you hop online, but I'm not sure where you are. You're on mission. I don't see if you're in a different on a different server instance or not. And I don't see you on the map, at least not right now. Oh, there you are. Yeah, Hunter's Paradise is free and clear for now. It's probably going to reset by the time you get here, so let me know if you find anything that's still living and trying to shoot at you. Always says on mission if you have a task accepted. I mean, you could be at base. It does say that sometimes, or in main menu. But speaking of tasks... Oh, there's still Blue Lagoon stuff that I need to do. Midnight Sapphire. I'm not eager to do the Midnight Sapphire shit. Brrr, what do we do to keep ourselves entertained at night, huh? And Blue Lagoon is another option. Someone's at Thor. This place is usually good for at least a little bit of loot. Well, let's go and do our typical rounds on Sunset, I guess. Someone's shooting.
Raven, wheels up for Foxtrot 1.
As comfortable as you've gotten in YBL, and even Sawmill can't stand Bonpa, the fucking foliage nightmare, well, just don't go into the foliage. Relying on foliage is your mistake. Someone's having fun there. It's coming from over there. It's probably that gunny... No, it's a handshake quest in that part of the...
ETA, 30 seconds.
Sounds like someone's using a handgun to fight the AI. It's all the LOS holes and enemies hide behind them. Have to check every goddamn bush. Yes, you always have to check every goddamn bush. That's the point of the game.
I'm at the LZ. Hurry up and get in. Get ready. We're moving out. Approaching the LZ. 30 seconds.
I have almost forgotten how to run Sunset at night. I got so comfortable doing it with a sniper rifle.
Move out!
You know what? I may actually go for a different location because Sunset has recently been very disappointing for loot. And it is a daytime site that I can hit, so... The guy is walking away, so I think I can clip him with my handgun instead. I'm trying to get more use out of the handgun, but even with like the Libra snail rounds, it's kind of meh. Very underwhelming. Probably just need to get better with it. Nice, I got him from the first try. Did I hit him in the heart? Yep, in the heart through the side. Destroyed, it says destroyed lungs, but realistically it was probably just the heart. It's probably my guy who was running from Thor over there, yeah. I hope he didn't... Do I have the keys for where I'm going, though? Keys... BP room. Yes, okay, I do have the keys. Well, then I better get a run over it. What is the expression? Well, I better start moving is what I need to do. Because I only have so much sunlight. Rather, so much moon cover. Oh. I'm side-eyeing my damn encoder so that it's not stuttery. I think there's another AI that patrols this road. At least 2 more, I think. Let me actually check how densely populated the server is. I didn't even take a look. Yeah, pretty dense. By the way, the longer you wait to go to Hunter's Paradise, the more likely you are to encounter enemies there when you get there. It's cleared out now, but the bodies are old enough to have flies over them, which means that they're going to reset soon. Let me quickly offload my cash so that I'm not carrying it on me. I also need fewer grenades for this one. And fewer ammo. I think there's at least one AI who patrols over here, and then one more by the lamppost. I don't see the guy. Since so long at Sawmill trying to poke the leader from range, yesterday you think you emptied it and the boss was unironically hiding in the office? Yeah, he does that sometimes. I've got my Sawmill clearing down fairly well. Because that's where I source my phantoms. So I'm pretty sure I've done more than 10 runs of Sawmill at this point. And the boss does pretty... I've seen him hide in the office at least 3 separate times. He's usually pretty easy to deal with. You just crank the door from an angle, and then you just mag dump him before he gets to react. I like it when, you know, spots on the map have a little dynamism to them. Because I can't prevent myself from noticing patterns and just remembering enemy placements. Oh, hi, bullets. Wait, you just walked in and you got shot? Really? Kind of a rookie mistake there. Listen, this game is very specifically about not getting complacent. There is 100%. I'm actually getting kind of annoyed that I always assume I'm eating it. You complained a lot when you started playing the game. That's sort of you have to break that pattern by getting boss level drops on the AI. Not that it's my default assumption, it's just that those were complaints that I heard. This is the feedback that I've heard most frequently from you. Probably shouldn't try to engage him with a handgun from 50 meters away. They tell you to run into the market. That's fair. I should hit the market sometime. Damn, the 9mm fucking eats today. What you got there, big boy? A Mosin and some cash, sure. Damn, I actually scored a headshot on him. Nice. Completely unintentionally, I was shooting center mass, but you know, I'll take it. Can we run this with a handgun? Probably not. There's a bit of sketchy CQB at the end of this. By the way, if you're looking for a farming spot, Bon Fulferang, this little ridge over here, very good for farming. You got a purse that spawns a lot of cash. There's a, I think it's a PMC crate that frequently spawns MCXs. Not a lot of enemies to deal with, and you actually have a very easy time pulling out. No, it's... I don't think it's the restaurant, it's like the resort. The restaurant is different. The restaurant, you mean the one by the poppy field, right? That one is also fun. I did that as a night raid. It was pretty cool. Because it's hoisted up on a hill, it's unpleasant to do during the day because the angles are such that you really can't get a drop on the AI. Up, doors open. We don't like that. Someone may have already been through here. I mean, we're not so far in that we're losing a lot of time. We may want to redeploy to a different server, though. If there's so many people, like every loot location is going to be blown the fuck out. Yeah, already looted. God damn it. Fuck. Probably that was the other guy that we met when we were going off of the landing stage. Alright. Well, it's a good thing that we were able to confirm this early enough. It's odd that the patrols were intact, though. God damn it, is there anything interesting to do around here? Probably not. And by the time I get to sunset, the night's gonna be over. The waterfalls are 100% not clear? Well, why would anyone go to the waterfalls? I don't like the waterfalls as an insertion point for Hunter's Paradise. You're too exposed when you try to creep up on the compound. It's probably okay to try to snipe the boss. But you need to crawl by the bunker, and there's usually some bush Wookiee over there. Well, it's right next to them, but the angle is bad. And you took so much time getting there, it's likely that they've just respawned. It's been a full 2 in-game hours, so... A bit of a wash, honestly. I've not had a fresh server in quite a while. I've managed to play on an emptied server because everyone has already logged out. And I pretty much had the entire thing to myself. That was kind of cool. I like solid shooting angles, but being able to see 3 assholes in body armor at the same time was not warm fuzzy. Waterfall usually isn't that dense. I know there should be one more AI loitering around here usually. Two roamers, opposite angles, 1 stationary, almost guaranteed there's more. On Waterfall, I think there's 3. There's at least 1 body usually running around by the bunker entrance. And because the foliage is very heavy, I generally stay the fuck away unless it's like 1 AM, something that's gonna give me solid visibility limits on them. Otherwise, you're just gambling with being 1 shot from the bush. And I'm not big on that. How are we doing for money? Probably doesn't show me in this menu. I bought a parts box, so I may be a little bit low on cash, so I may need to focus on farming and tasking a little bit more. Okay, we may need to try to double time sunset if we're going to get anything out of it. Hopefully it hasn't been emptied out yet. Also, I saw someone make a video explaining that there's basically meth that you can take to improve your stamina regeneration at the expense of needing more water. Probably something I should look into. There's usually a guy patrolling around this bend. Yeah, that thing. Whatever that word is. I think I can just buy that from Labrat, or I should have some amount of it because I'm not selling any of my pills. I just hoard them. Okay, I do not see a patrol, like at all. I do not have the magnification to check if the Overwatch is present. Not enjoying the lag spikes I'm getting, that's for sure. That's going to cost me. Has goddamn sunset also been cleared out? Hmm. Let me quickly do something. Holy shit, GPU utilization 97%, really? Please don't make me cut corners on the goddamn minion. I'm not seeing anyone. Did I just hear someone talk? Not seeing any of the patrols I would normally expect to see. Oh, no, I see someone. I see a warm body over there. Alright, we're gonna knock him off, and then we're gonna move on to clear from the bungalows. Well, we barely have time to do that, actually. Visibility here, not great. Okay. I'm gonna pop out from the bush and give him a piece of our mind here real quick. It's 2 down. Alright, we may still be in the money here. Don't see anyone in the patio over there. Mildly disconcerting.
Hey, you! Go to hell with the fucker!
Go into the bush. Remember, kids, no such thing as perfect darkness. You are a 200-pound man covered in high-grade military tech. It's going to be a little bit easier to work our way in through the bungalows as opposed to from around the bend. Okay, I winged one of them. He made a hurt noise. Flong is such a nightmare in the dark. Nothing but light everywhere. Yeah. Kind of is. I remember running Falong missions at night. It was kind of fun. Like it is a test of knowing how you can manage your visibility well. And you need to do some getting used to the goddamn what's the word I'm looking for, to your limited field of view with the early game optics, early game night vision. Got his ass. There's probably at least 2 or 1 more up here. So gotta be careful. There. I hear someone talking. This case has been so dog shit for drops recently. Like, it's not even funny. Why is this even a keyed case at this point? I don't know why, just the quality of the loot that I get from here has dropped significantly, and I don't know if it has to do with the fact that, oh, okay, never mind, mortar. SVD mag, another mortar. Okay, mortars I will take. Still disappointing. I used to get much better stuff from here. Yup, that necklace. We take the necklace. Yeah, that's about it. Destroyed lungs. I did hit him. Okay. Let me at least take the damn shotgun, I guess. It's kind of slim pickings for firearms today. I'll take the coffee, I guess. Nothing interesting on the tables. More coffee. Oh, okay. Nice. Tequila. We'll take it. More expensive than this. Let's put it here. Really? Overweight with what? Oh, I guess the shotgun. Anything here? Chalky bars. Got anything good on you? A little bit of money. Not entirely pointless. What the fuck is that? Oh, nice. A 1911 break. Oh, I can sell it for money, I guess. Right, I've not been checking any of the bodies I kill, so I guess that's a good time to do that. AK-74M. Probably marginally more expensive than this. Still a little bit of hope for the bungalow. That sometimes has some high-value loot. But overall, Sunset is now barely worth running. The payoff is just not there. The lockbox is especially disappointing. Like, you're going to have a keyed-up box, but then it doesn't drop firearms. Nothing. You got anything on you? No. Where's the other guy I flattened? Oh, not here. Got anything? Drink. Can we have steroids so that I can carry more weight? Okay, watch something. Fuck it, I'll take the water. It's not like there's anything better to do. Alright, back to base to drop a load. I'm going to have to wait for night to run Hunter's Paradise. I don't want to do it with full visibility. One of the sillier things I remember reading about this game, which was on Reddit, because of course it was Reddit, when people were complaining about, like, oh, using a suppressor does nothing, they still, like, find me when I start shooting. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. What, did you think suppressors just completely remove the report of the weapon? No, that's not how that works. Especially not with supersonic ammo. I really want magnifiers. This with a magnifier red dot combo would be so hot. Oh wait, Falong. Isn't Falong airfield? No. Well, see, the thing is, yeah, it's difficult to run at any time of day. Like, you have two intersecting problems there. You have an airfield full of NPCs with Mosins and surprisingly good aim. But at the same time, you have, like, the hangar area that is usually filled to the brim with not-so-good bad guys, who are not really the best to try to run CQB on. Do I have, like, a different area where I can pull some of this shit? HF3 hut. Is that, like, a spare key I have? Hidden Poppy Field 3. Spare 20-inch barrel here. Entire hangar area is open area full of fuck. Yeah, that's been my experience mostly. I've not really had a pretty too much of a dandy time going there. So you're right. Can I move some shit around? Probably not. Why do I have a spare 16-inch barrel? Where did I even get that? Especially with the Mark 1? I think I found the muzzle brake and then decided to try to build a gun, and it turned out to not be great. I think that's the story of how I ended up with that. 590 magazine, CD. Do I have room in my mortar crate? I do, because I barely have mortars. Oh, it's actually full now. Okay, so I guess any mortar that we find after this, we just sell. Whoa, what is happening? Marise, hello. I don't see who subscribed. Why is it not showing me who subscribed? I assume it was Marise. Hello. How are you doing? Thank you for the subscription. Much appreciated. Let me read the disclaimer. If you have just purchased a subscription to the Kuromaru Onii-san channel, your penis has grown by an additional 3 inches and an additional inch for each subsequent tier of subscription. Effects do not last after subscriptions expire. How are you doing, Marise? We're up to no good. We're a little bit low on money because I've made some irresponsible purchasing decisions, as I typically do. I bought a parts box from Banshee because I was running out of storage space. M870, I don't use the M870 up. Let's quickly check the magazine on this one, because sometimes they spawn with AP, and yep, we have a winner. We take the AP-45. What have you been up to lately, Marise? I haven't seen you around in a while. Finished assembling your new desk. Your leg experience a new known freedom of space now. Nice, that's good to hear. Having a comfortable desk is a very important linchpin of productivity, because if you're fighting with your sitting accommodations, you're generally going to be less productive. So glad to hear that. I will probably be moving apartments finally soon, so I will also have to move some furniture around and reassemble it, and hopefully not break it in the process. Wait, Vulture is here? What you got there, big man? Nothing too... Oh, got a lot of ARs. Does any of these have a barrel I want? Where's the damn upper? There it is. M4 upper, 18-inch barrel. Like, it's not a bad build. It's not what I'm looking for. Upper, 18-inch barrel. Unfortunate. Yeah, there's no way this is not. I like these. I like the original M4s that you spawn with. I have a sentimental connection to these. Oh, nice. MP7A1. Don't really need it. Got anything else on you? No blueberry helmets. Kinda... Not a lot to work with. Not a lot to work with, man. You could have done slightly better. Hydra Shock, M19 loan mags. You may have bought a whole ass DD 20-inch off of him. That's how I source most of my 20-inch rifles. I do kind of like that one DDM4. It does have swag. 1.5 MOA is not great, but I don't want to spend extra stuff, you know. All right, let's sell off what we don't need, and then we're gonna sell our less than $1,000. God damn, I'm pretty sure that I've nearly spent more in ammo on that run. That is dog shit. Alright, let's see what I got here. I don't know if it's even worth leveling not Turncoat, Vulture. I probably shouldn't be selling stuff to him if I want money. What's that gonna get me? 850 as opposed to significantly more money, like twice. Final Vulture rep is might as well. It is might as well, but I do need to build up my cash a little bit. I've yet to hear if he sells anything worth pursuing at all. It's one of the benefits on being on a fuller server. God damn. The key stiffs you by at least half of the value. Nah, we're gonna go gunny for this one. He pays better for alcohol. Ah, Turncoat pays better for jewelry, actually. So you get the tequila and Turncoat gets the jewelry. Nice. We're gonna money max on this particular run. Alright, let's put the special spooky time ammo back in the box. This back here. Give me my rifle. Time to do some hunting. Alright. What would we like to do? I want to be productive. I want to do some stuff. Banshee and Handshake pay for intel. Artisan pays for credit cards. Labrat pays for cell phones. Really? That's good to know. I was just wholesale selling. Well, I did mostly sell stuff to Banshee to level him up faster. But good to know, I guess. Alright, fun things to do on the map. Fun things to do. Oh, lots of people are running Fort Nerith right now. It's kind of an unfortunate time of day to do that. Going to chill now. Not going to start playing heavy things for today. I stripped 2 parts of your assembly. Had to reassemble them. Cost you 2 hours and a whole lot of stamina. Yeah. I've damaged my desk when I was assembling it incorrectly. You know, it happens to the best of us. There's only so much XP you can get off of IKEA furniture. Should we hit Sawmill? Sawmill is kind of boring to do. PD, you can't plant wiretaps or GPS trackers during the day. Yeah. No. I mean, like, you can only assemble enough IKEA, and it doesn't really prepare you for assembling real furniture. Oh, that actually reminds me to reload. Need to top up on my extra penetrative ammunition. Oddly penis-shaped. I don't want to farm the bridge because I can farm the bridge offline. I don't want to bore the audience with that. So Terry, how do you feel about running YBL? Everyone's hitting everything? Yeah, the server's a bit dense. We may want to hop. Well, not for right now. Right now, I'm gonna probably try to poke into Hunter's Paradise from where you inserted and see if I can't snipe the boss. Or at least get my waterfall zone kills. Shot him right in the dick. These guys are more heavily armed than they usually are. Does it count as a headshot as he was a dick face? Very likely. Asshole in Bonpa did not appear in a window. He can sometimes appear at the door. So he'll roam around the same building, but it's all the older house. So you just need to sit in a house on... You need to do a little bit of sniping. And sniping entails being patient and waiting for your mark. You stay there for like 2 days. Have you tried shooting at the walls to coax them out to move? They don't always freely roam into your shot. You need to create the shot for yourself. You brought snacks? Well, he definitely always spawns in that building, so you either didn't recognize him from all of the other thugs, or he was just stationary and did not feel like moving.
Raven, wheels up for Hotel 3. This is Raven, arriving shortly near your position. ETA, 1 minute.
If you need help with Bonpa, I guess I could hit Bonpa. Or he was in front of the house and someone else killed him, yes. Either in the older house on the upper floor, or stilt house where the UN loot chest is. There's a UN loot chest in one of the stilt houses. Is it keyed? Or rather, is it locked with a key?
Raven reporting. I'm on my way. ETA, 30 seconds.
No? Damn, I need to check the stilts more often. Well, there you go, Notary. Well, either way... I had a loose idea of wanting to do something funny today, and I've made a mental note. If we receive any subs today, then I would run YBL with a throwaway kit. Which, you know what? Thanks to Marisay, we're now running YBL, I guess. I was intending to do it solo, but if you want to tag along, and I guess we can just spontaneously turn it into a community day.
We're getting close. 30 seconds.
Graphics card. Whoa, damn, the CPU is running hot. Should you get your shotgun? Give me a minute to play around with Hunter's Paradise a little bit. And, I mean, if you want to run shotgun, run shotgun. Do you have Sabo slugs? God, it is shitting the bed really hard. Let me kill the blue. A mole stash? What is a mole stash? Alright, hopefully this helps. Ah, you're trying to sprint, I see. Running and chewing at the same time, are we? Alright, let me get my kill tasks here real quick, and we can sync up on the base camp. And do we need to go at night is the real question. You start at Hull, there's no nighttime? Sure, but you still have to leave through the entrance. So I guess if you start at like 22 p.m., by the time you work your way out, provided you survive, like you want to leave under the cover of night. Said there's usually 3 there, right? Well, I said there's usually 3. Yeah, but I see a 3rd one. All had the same helmet? I don't think either one of those had helmets. Number 4? None the wiser. That's why you make sure to be thorough. The boss spawns somewhere in this general area. We do have a full day in front of us. Let me go check if I can cheese the boss mission here in Hunter's Paradise. And then let's aim for, like, boss can be on the shooting range? Okay. Isn't this entire area just like a shooting... Well, because they shot a guy here, but this is also a shooting range where the firing lanes are. I mean, if I start killing them with supersonic ammo, or, you know, start shooting them within clear sight of each other, they're eventually going to react and try to find me and gonna start scattering around. Take an AK just in case. The regular shooting range, and then there's the VIP atrocity shooting range. Ah, I see. But where does the boss spawn, though? Okay, where does this go? This goes down to the place where I don't need to go. Oh, I just found him on the regular shooting range near the laptop. Gotcha. I don't think I'm going to have an angle there. And let's see, so let's aim for over here. We need to be aware of the old bunker because there's usually a bush Wookiee walking around over there. Bit of a steep drop off. Wonder if I can manufacture an angle over here. This is the shooting range. I think this is the weapon storage shed, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, definitely more of a nighttime mission. Because the opportunities for the AI to gank you are just so numerous. Check the map real quick. I'm a little too close to the dumping ground right now. Whoa! Oh, someone's clearing it out. Okay. That's another PMC doing the shooting. That did not sound like anything they usually carry. I guess I could try sneaking in for a quick third party there. Gotta be really careful with my angles. Give myself a little bit of hard cover from a direction where I know NPCs can appear. Alright, they're not shooting at me based on the direction of fire. Whoa, okay, someone saw me. Peace out. We got our kill. That's not the boss, but you know what? Fuck it. At least we scored an extra kill. Yeah, this is probably going to be a nighttime mission. Who the fuck shot at me, though? There's usually one of them fucking loitering in the tree line. But I can barely see him. Reminds you of Blue Lagoon? Kind of, yeah. Except Blue Lagoon is filled with those fuckers. There's only one of them here. Yeah, Blue Lagoon is worse. I've managed to mostly avoid going into Blue Lagoon proper, but because of that I still have like an early game quest. Fool Gooners. Although that's the case, then all the stories about making you blind are definitely disproven, because those fuckers shoot you through foliage from distances where they're not even supposed to see you. Cybernetically replace their eyes with carrots? Probably. Right, the shooting has stopped, so I assume everyone, including the boss, is now dead. I'm gonna quickly peek inside. I'm getting lag spikes. I'm not enjoying the lag spikes. That's a PMC guy, 2 of them. Okay, well, that's all she wrote, I guess. There's the guy I took down. Damn, I can't even find him. Well, okay then. Interesting choice of venue to go through Hunter's Paradise during the day. Should not go near horses then. The Uma Musume Gray Zone Warfare crossover when? Why not? Well, listen, I play solo, so I prefer doing my CQB at night where I can at the very least control visibility. I'm also bad at the game, so I rely on the darkness to hide that. The high-speed, low-drag playstyle just doesn't really appeal to me. I like making my nice, calculated shots off of a building 2 blocks removed. Claiming my scalp and then leaving. So basically the Predator gameplay. I'm gonna be going to base, so why bother? I don't know, generally hitting a target during the day seems counterintuitive. Complete. Oh, we got a chunk of cash over there. Nice. A little bit of experience, too. Tiger Bay. I've not gone into Tiger Bay for quite a while. Search the house. Medical waste. No, Terry, how do you feel about looking for your guy in Banpa and then going for YBL? Oh, Banpa is currently being hit. Oikisama, W name. Banpai is non-disposable kit, so sure. Yeah, he's dead? Ah, okay then. Well then you don't need Banpa. Yeah, I think someone's currently in the process of sniping him. Do I have any loot on me? Not really. Got a shitty shotgun, I guess. You know what? I'm gonna go and hit Sawmill.
Negative. All birds are currently dispatched.
Oh, lovely.
Foxtrot 2. Raven here. I'm moving out. ETA 30 seconds.
It is a little bit opaque. I can't say I'm good at navigating Banpa. But I do okay. Give me a drinky of water.
Landing. Get in. Go. Strap in. We're heading out.
I think past noon, I'm gonna start moving. Oh. Mercy, didn't you just subscribe? Why did I just get that notification? Now you get to do that? Didn't you do that a while ago? Twitch fumbled that? Because I definitely got the audio cue.
Get ready.
Twitch, yeah, I'll Twitch, you know, based on the stellar track record of Vishojo's CEO, Twitch does not in fact produce good, high quality staff. You did not have the button to announce it, I see. I wonder how that works with Venian, because I think I got both the bullet rain and the audio cue for when you just dropped the sub. Oh, we're actually not that far from Sawmill. How are we doing for visible heads to click?
Spread out.
I mean, the Vishojo CEO that lost 500K for a charity? Yeah, on top of the multiple millions that he owes to the staff? Not to the staff, excuse me, to the streamers. I forget, did we discuss this at any... No, we didn't discuss this subject at length last time. Not only that, like, he's made some bizarre excuses, like, oh, I didn't know that the excess $500,000 in cash came from a charity event that I was fully aware of and knew that it was happening. But then he suddenly didn't know that the amount that was raised suddenly appeared as excess revenue that he used to plug holes in the company. Legal Mindset has been happily chewing on the dumb shit Gunrun has been saying. I mean, there's not a lot to chew on, realistically. I get that Legal Mindset is farming him for content, but that's also not really his domain to comment on. It would realistically be more of my domain to comment on. Being, let's just say someone who made... Jesus, the sheer fact alone that I majored in business administration isn't enough, but I've worked enough with companies and I've seen enough tech startups go through that death spiral to have things to say on the subject. Those were some pretty well-placed Mosin shots, I gotta say. Not sure who would have had an angle on me. Those are pretty close. I guess he can comment from a legal perspective. I'm a business major? Yes. It's actually a degree that's been doing pretty good for me. Two guys can push up the river and plug at me. Yeah, they are a known hazard. That's why I typically try to not place more than two shots from one spot. Yeah, a little complacent. Fortunately, I'm so far that they de-aggro very quickly. He's down. My upgrade... Am I able to upgrade my GPU in the foreseeable future? Damn. Well, that entirely depends on the charity... on the... oh god, on the generosity of honorable chatters. But not in the foreseeable future, no, I'm moving apartments. I mean, I'm playing on a 3070. Is it really bad? Is the stream really stuttering in a significantly noticeable way? Be honest with me. I think it also has to do with the fact that it's just a little hot in my apartment right now because I'm not running the AC at full power. Only stutters when I experience stutters, I see. Well, the optic does load the GPU a little bit. Because it's rendering something that's usually outside of draw distance. So when we're gonna be running YBL, hopefully we're going to be experiencing fewer lag spikes. I already have all of my shit turned all the way down. The problem is that I'm playing on a laptop, so upgrading the GPU alone won't really do anything. I need to buy an entire whole-ass PC. God damn it. Alright, I winged him a couple of times, so he's gonna be bleeding for a bit. Lucky you, you have a full-ass PC with a 4080 Super and a laptop with a 3050 as a backup. Nice. Alright, I think from the number of holes that I plugged in him, he's gonna bleed out. So we don't have to worry about him for a while. Go look for the rest of them in the time being. There are quite a few. Wait, did I say 3070? I'm on a 4070. I upgraded to a 4070 laptop recently. When was that? That was around New Year's. Right after, I'm gonna say. Yeah, but Onii wife is first in line to get a nice PC because hers is older. And can't run nice games even off stream. So she gets her PC first, and then I'm gonna start saving up money for mine. It's not even that it's slower, there's also an issue of it being worse for heat management. Like, the primary issue that I'm having right now is that the PC is running, the laptop is running very hot, and it's likely causing some throttling. Okay, there is a patrol that should be around here somewhere. Are cooling pads for laptop GPUs? You don't say. It's currently well, it's not a dedicated GPU pad, but the PC right now is sitting on a cooling pad that's running at full fan speed. The only way I could cool it any better is have some kind of a liquid cooling contraption strapped to it. Which at this point, you know, I may as well just invest that money into the new PC instead of just buying bits and bobs for it. My other problem is, I'm very likely to spend, before I commit to buying a new PC, it's very likely that I will spend a number of the saved money either on guns or on going to Japan. Because that's what I did last year. New PCs are great and all, but new PCs are a very limited breadth of experiences, you know? Oh, there you are. stubborn little fuck. Server did I play on? I play on US Central or US East. This is US Central, I think. Notary, are we on Central? Ah, he's bleeding. He'll die eventually. But yeah, I am staying on servers that are close to me. Someone's shooting back. That's not allowed. I don't play sniper to have people shoot back at me. Interesting. My OBS no longer shows you as subbed. I wonder what that's all about. OBS has been acting up recently. Alright, even if any of them were left alive, they are going to bleed out soon enough, so I think we can start pushing in. Just gotta be careful about that. Let me sit up. Oh, you know what? That's another thing that I need to do, actually. I was playing on my Bluetooth dongle as opposed to running the keyboard wired, and I usually want it wired for Gray Zone. So let me reconnect that real quick. I forgot all about that. Come on. Ah, that's much better. Alright. It's probably at the speed that Bluetooth works now, it's more superstition than fact, the reaction speed to key presses, and really it's more of a click-sensitive game than it is a button press-sensitive game. But I don't want to take any chances. Huh, that door is opened. There's a fucking lot of them today. I don't remember Sawmill being this densely populated. Like, how many have we taken out so far? More than 10, easily. Oh, let's stay frosty. I'm actually gonna crank up my audio to hear any mumbling or footsteps. Surely I have my sawmill keys, right? Crawling, crawling, crawling. Not hearing anyone talk. Body by an open door over there. You got anything good on you? Why am I still carrying around a damn shotgun from Hunter's Paradise? That was not a welcomed lag spike. I did not enjoy that. Oh, that's the boss. Sawmill toilet key? There's a toilet here? It was nice to see me aim frame by frame. Why, thank you. Alright, let's see what we're working with here. Night vision module, EXSPN3, sure. Oh, that's a Delta backpack. Damn, I'll take the skull masks. I don't think I can take the backpack. Alright, let me at least take the little small bits and pieces. You know, they run up to at least something. You think you will not throw flashbangs at you? The GPU's already taken enough with that heat? Probably, yeah. Switch over to this real quick. To have a solid close quarters option here. Where's the sawmill toilet, and why would I want the key to it? Marisay, do you know if the toilet is a location that I should pursue? Sawmill toilet. Like, I'll take it, sure. That's just regular ball ammo. I guess I can sell it. You need it for a task there, nothing else? I had a task for... I think I've done all of my tasks for Sawmill. Oh, it's a squad task. Okay, well, I'll be aware of the fact that that's a key that I have. Behind the second office building, I see. This is a key that I didn't have for the longest time, but I rarely get anything good out of this. Patrol military cat. Oh, okay. I guess today is mortar day. Oh, yeah, some black tip 556. Sure, why not? Look away, chat. I have sullied my honor by holding an AK. You know what? I don't have any storage left. So I'm not going to overextend and risk losing good loot for not a lot of payoff. Once we're near the LZ, I'm gonna go and crank up my AC so that my PC isn't getting cooked as hard. And I'll switch over to my proper rifle, please and thank you. I always keep getting spooked by that damn protruding log. Alright, let me go and crank up the AC. I'll be right back. Another thing I can do is I could just kill the PNG, kill the minion and run a PNG. If it keeps doing that, that's probably what I'll do. We'll just shut off minion altogether. Alright, Notaria, are you ready to run YBL? We may want to just server hop to not wait for nightfall. Although it is almost noon, so by the time we gear up and YBL resets, it should be fine.
Raven dispatch, moving to Echo 2.
What are y'all doing over there?
Raven reporting. I'm on my way. ETA, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, good. Let me think about a good disposable kit for YBL, though, because I am not going to run anything that I can't stand to lose. So I'm not going to be running my nice rifles. I'm going to run some of the throwaways.
I'm at the LZ. Hurry up and get in. Get ready. We're moving out.
I just realized that I forgot to do something, but that's back at work, so never mind. That's not an issue. Yeah, the encoder is already set low enough, so lowering the encoder is not going to do much for us. The helicopter flight, we're just going to take that as is because it's rendering shaders as we go.
We're getting close. 1 minute.
But yeah, on the subject of Twitch doing fucky wuckies, I think it's pretty on brand that Twitch can barely operate as a company and is generally seemingly run by barely cognizant people. And it's further confirmed by the fact that Gunrun is a Twitch co-founder, so I guess that kind of checks out. He did do the stereotypical sort of tech bro, unchecked tech bro thing of trying to plug holes in his payroll with revenue that was not allocated towards that. So Occam's razor does suggest that he's just unfit for the job.
Exfil completed.
He was likely used to a climate where there is another adult in the room. Usually that's going to be the CFO, who's there to manage the day-to-day and make sure that all of the financial math works out. Are all of the mortars oh, shut up. Here, eat a Chucky bar. Alright. What is even the use of this? Okay, I guess it's level 3 armor that you can combine with, like, a chest rig. It's a little bit more flexibility. I'm still not a fan. I'm gonna keep all of this, because I use it regularly, so sometimes some of the parts on my stuff need a little bit of a refresher. That's a spare Hunter's Paradise key. We're gonna keep that. Intel... I think Vulture buys Intel, so we're gonna hang on to that. The skull masks are just cool. No, Terry, do you want a skull mask? Let's slap that together. Put that here to up its sale value. Oh, that doesn't fit. Okay. Where's no Terry? Maybe he went to take a pre-mission shit. Where's my disposable DDM4? Where the fuck did I put it? There it is. And an error occurred during. Oh, okay. I don't know why I carry SVD ammo and why I keep SVDs still. I don't use them at all. All right, let's see. Turncoat. $1,000, really? Does Gunny pay more, or they all pay about the same for these? Yeah, they all pay about the same for these. I wonder if we can use a shell to lighten YBL a little bit. Oh, I have a luxury phone too. That also goes into the Vulture stash. This is black tip. That goes here. This is ball ammo. We sell those. Tracers are also going to sell. This is an AK sight, right? Mosin sight. Alright. And this there's no room in the parts bucket. That's fine.
A couple more weeks and we'll have to scavenge for supplies like those rats out there.
Alright, can you not really? That's odd. All right, I think we fixed it. We're gonna leave that here for now. I'm not sure if I need if we're gonna go YBL. Definitely need bigger magazines, that's for sure.
Hardly anything gets in here because of the damn quarantine. A couple more weeks. And we'll have to
Probably want to slap an EOTech on that thing. Wait, you know what? No, that's not great. That's not great. That's not great. Put it back. While this is the disposable M4, we need a different one for this. May have to go out of pocket on that one. Let's build ourselves a Mark 18. Let's see, 10.5-inch barrel. We'll figure everything else. We'll figure out the rest as we go. All right. Definitely saw a DD4 grip somewhere. DD4 grip. There we go. Already comes with the C1. All right, upper. Oh, we also need the Mark 12 low profile gas block, 5% muzzle rise, as opposed to the one that Gunny sells. Terry's still on. Yeah, he's on mission. Not checking his mail too. Terry, if we're not gonna run YBL, then I'm just gonna cut the stream short because I'm about out of things that I was planning to do for today. Okay, this is a significantly better gas block. Here, slap that on over here. Inspect upper 16-inch. Just need to cinch it onto the server. Did you, okay. I just saw you. Did it kick you for inactivity? I just saw you loitering on base, so I assumed you're here. Other parts combined. Wait, what? Why not? What is conflicting? Oh, okay, it can't be. It can't be a little showed it up thing. Or can it? What's our best CQB suppressor? Definitely not the MP7 one. Oh, we had an internet fuss. I'm going to pull you into a squad, and we're going to VC through Discord anyway, so don't worry about that. Let me do that real quick. Just join on me. Muzzle device efficient. Okay, there is no reason to not run the SOCOM one. Just need the correct muzzle device for it. Does it go on the 3-prong? Oh, I still need a shorter handguard. God damn it. Okay. Handguards. The IRS 12 there, so I guess that's the one. B&T. MP5. Oh, that's for the MP5. But I want the DD one. All right, now it accepts the thing. That is way. I don't like that. I don't like that's a little too chody for me. Do we have a slightly bigger one? I'm gonna spend all of my excess money on this piece of shit. All right, Notary, you gear up while I'm fiddle fucking with the gun that I don't really need to build from the ground up, but I still decided to. All right, this fits. We're a bit off color code here, but that's fine. We can make it work.
Never touching local chow again. Got the shits for days now. I need to ask that lab chick for some pills.
Okay, and we're gonna mount this on the left side. I mean, canonically, it's supposed to be the DD1. I'm probably gonna go for a better one. 22. Yeah, like for the amount of time that I'm going to spend ADSing, I probably want something a little bit better. So here, I'm gonna sell it back to Gunny. Careful to not sell that rifle. Four grips, four grips, four grips, four grips. Oh, I do need the light. 15% recoil mitigation. I do have an angle 4 grip somewhere, so I'm just going to use that one. Okay, put the light on. Hell yeah. We run that thing like cool operators when it's on the top of the gun. What else do I need here? Alright, so the angled forward. Alright, I think we're in business. We're cooking. Notary, are you ready to go? And do you want a skull mask? Yay or nay? So your last chance to get one. Probably need more grenades. Significantly more ammo, too. Pretty good what? Meds. Make sure that you're stocked up on meds and all that shit. Probably not going to need food. Just gonna eat now. I'm also going to take a smaller backpack with me, actually, because I don't plan to loot anything.
Got the shits for days now. I need to ask that lab chick for some pills.
Just take a water with me.
Second function check.
Just a second. We can just no, sorry. We can just go in the Discord. Let me pull you into VC. I'm going to connect to voice here, and I'm going to find you. There you are. Invite this. How do I pull you into the room, though? User settings. God, I fucking hate Discord. It's such a counterintuitive thing. Okay, voice details. How do I pull you in? Oh, there you go. Create invite. No Terry, where are you? Okay, I've sent you an invite to join VC. No, Terry, I've sent you an invite to join the VC in the Discord. That's going to be easier to manage. Shit ton of grenades. I'm going to use the plate 6 because I care less about you losing it, and it's the same armor rating anyway. So let me just empty it out. Why do I still have 30 round PMags? I need to stop. Like, I got so much excess shit. The 30 round MP7 mags are also not really helpful. What do you have inside? We're just gonna sell these. Oh no, these are armor piercing. We're not selling these. Okay, we can deal with the... other VC. How do I do that? Invite the server, profile call, ignore, info server. The other VC, no, Terry. All right. Let me swap this out. No, wait. Where did you put it? Where'd you put it? Where'd you put it? Where'd you put it? Grenades, grenades, grenades. I have several phantoms, but I don't know. I just repeatedly clicks on link. Still nothing? All right, let me do something real quick. Permissions. Go members. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Try now. I gave you individual permission to access the channel. There you are. All right.
Now it works.
Now it does work. Okay, give me a moment because I'm retooling to run the plate 6 plate carrier because I'm kind of skittish about running the Phantom and YBL as a throwaway kit.
There's something out there, man. I'm telling you. Whatever happened here, I don't think it was man-made.
Are you loaded up, ready to go?
Yep.
Okay, then we're waiting on me. Did you check your medical, food, drink, piss, everything? Grenades. Oh, keys. Actually, keys. That's a good thing to remember. I need to take my keys. YBL.
4 frags, 2 keys. Sorry, 5 keys.
You have 5 YBL keys. Good man. Offload the Bonpa stuff as well.
Whatever happened here?
Well, you probably have more keys than I do, so that's fine. Move this over here, and I'm going to... Just 1 second, I want to swap out my Oh, I have multiple Delta backpacks, so even if I lose this one, it's no big deal. Yeah, that's probably fine. You have nods?
Yep.
Okay. Nods, weapon, secondaries, primaries, sabo slugs.
Well, if you want me to be quiet.
Oh, okay, you're not taking a shotgun?
Like I said, if you want me to be quiet.
Not in particular. Like, stealth is very much a moot point inside of there, so... Like, we're gonna go loud eventually. So just make sure to bring plenty of ammo, because we're not going to have any resupplies available for quite a while. Okay, let me buy some more green tip, and we'll be good to go. So do you want the skull mask or not?
Oh, the mask?
Yeah.
I don't really care about that level of drip. Got my own drip.
Okay.
Silly drip.
Okay, sure. I just had extras. May as well offer. Alright, check. I'm gonna take a bottle of water with me. Alright, let's move out. Let's check if YBL is currently being run through. It's not. I'm gonna call a bird.
Raven dispatched. Moving to base camp.
Last time we ran this, we've barely survived with 3 people on the squad.
Raven on station and ready to pick you up.
So let's see how this one pans out.
This is why I just jump in the hole.
Wait, you were running an MP7? You could have asked for a suppressor because I can buy those.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just have a shitload of ammo for the thing that I need to get rid of.
Ah, okay. Is it FMJ ammo? Or is it proper AP?
I am not taking soft point.
Well, sure, but ball ammo I don't think is gonna perform much better than soft point.
That's why I brought a lot.
Oh boy, okay.
Approaching the LZ. 1 minute.
What do I have on me? Let's see, I brought green tip and I have 7 grenades. So hopefully that'll be enough. I do have a task there. Let me quickly check. YBL Mystery Machines. Gather intel from the computers at YBL-1.
Find a computer, use it twice.
Alright.
I almost forgot to turn my ears back on.
Mm-hmm. There's sometimes a guy running around here, but... Do you know where the computers for that task are, or are we just gonna poke around? Oh, okay, excellent. Gonna make it significantly faster.
All is accessible from the hole.
Everything is accessible from the hole.
Except the secondary upper bunker entrance. I left through that place the first time, and I just can't find it now.
It's difficult to navigate. I've not done enough YBL to navigate easily. Like, it's always a fucking maze down there. Oh, there's a loot.
Holy shit, there's actually something.
What's inside? You may want to take the extra grenade. Because we're going to be needing quite a number of those. Oh, right. Let me set up my attachments real quick. No flashlight, just the IR laser. Oh, hell yeah. IR lasers work in YBL. This is a good omen.
They don't down there. For whatever reason, the main bunker complex glitches them out.
Well, we'll chalk that up to lore. At least my IR flashlight works. Alright, what do we need to do here? Oh, I don't have the key to this. Do you have the key to this door up here?
Actually, no, and it's not really that good, except from the perspective of going in with your back to the wall.
Ah, okay.
There's a pile of ammo over there, as you need.
Let me check if it has any 5.56, just in case. Nope, it's empty.
Oh no, it's all on the ground.
On the ground?
Yeah, those boxes.
Oh, Chester 762 by 39, 545. So all Soviet slop. Yeah, that's a shame.
So there can be an asshole who stands right here. I mean, literally in this doorway. It's silly.
All right, let's just take this one room at a time. We go, remember, move, shoot, communicate. Good work. Probably don't need this. I have nods. Door on the left is closed. Plying the right. Door on the right is open.
You want this? You bitch!
I think that throwing a nade. Cover the door on the left so that none of them pop out.
Yep.
I hear someone heavy breathing. He is 100% over here. Watch the other door, I'll try to suss him out.
I ain't looking away.
Come on, come at me!
Son of a bitch, not moving at all. Good man. Good work on the cover. Let's close this door. Never mind. We'll just kill whatever's behind it. Can you close the door behind us?
Done.
Thank you. So times like this, you really appreciate having wedges in Ready or Not.
Mm-hmm.
You persistent motherfucker! Pull back. Pull back. I think he bled out, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I heard him die. Still another one.
Yeah, another one. I got the door. Watch the closed one. Leona, hi! We're in a little bit of a puckered up moment. But make yourself at home. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. My name is Kuromaru Onii-san. I'm your favorite tactical Oni no Onii-san, and we are currently doing high-impact CQB. That's a lot of flashlights. I really need my eyes. Hello, hello. What were you doing? If there are mods in chat, please give Leona a shout-out. Or... I'm sorry, I'm gonna pull back because I need to use my... Watch the open door, and I'll... More like, heh. Yeah, it's very much heh. Let me get you a shout out while Notary is covering the door. Vanessa, what were you doing? You were probably also playing Tactical Slop. Or are you currently on a... Okay, I'm done. Let's push in. That's why you pie the room, sucker. No one wears plates on their balls. I think we're just gonna push through this door because there's.
So you're gonna have about 20 feet forward and a quarter on the right, and an immediate hook on the left.
Okay. Team Fortress double is tactical enough. That's fair. That's fair. I'm watching the other. I'm watching the right side.
Open door. 2 open doors, in fact.
2 open doors. You want to push through forward?
The best way to do this, honestly, is to go right into that room to the right. Possibly 2 guys inside.
I will kill you.
All right, let's go.
Hold on. Yeah, no. This isn't a good grenade time.
With you, with you. All right, office is done. What's inside? Haterade. Is that the PC? No, that's not the PC I need to interact with.
No, it isn't. This is just where the boss usually hides. Did I get that quest from this?
There's some MP7 ammo if you want it.
Hey.
Alright, if we're clear here, let's check their pockets and push in. A little bit of money. Wait, is that a phone? No, that's just painkillers. But yeah, as you can see, Raiders, we play lots of tactical games. Oh, that's a player. Holy shit.
Ooh.
Damn.
Bad day for him.
Yeah, he ate shit spectacularly. I was about to say, damn, they started running M4s now? But yeah, as you can see, we play tactical games. We talk about Japan and exercise. I know it's an odd confluence of topics, but it is what it is. Comes with the territory of being the most buff Oni VTuber on Twitch at the...
So in the interest of not getting shot in the ass, there's a passageway left that we should probably clear before we move to the right.
If you say so, let's go. I'm with you. I'm watching your back.
Stairs on the right.
With you.
Okay, so if you drop storage with that key, this is where you end up, right here.
Ah, okay. That's... I hear footsteps to the left.
That's the stairs.
Stairs?
Nothing visible yet. Unfortunately, you can't close that door because it's a fucking secure one.
Gotcha. Okay, this one doesn't open.
Okay, good. So that's all of this.
YBL generator key. We do need to check them for loot. A little bit of cash.
Good point.
Let me know if you find any duplicate keys.
Gen key.
I think I got the gen key. Yes, I do have the gen key.
Remember, you can hear them above us if they exist.
Yeah. I think that there's more down that corridor in front of us.
Yeah, so I don't want to open this door yet.
Yeah, don't.
Until we get the rest of that angle. Even if you want to loot these guys, that's fine. Is this the boss?
There's a boss? You would have gotten the achievement for killing him if he was the boss. Did you get the achievement?
Yep.
Oh, well, there you go. We smoked the boss. I don't know which one of them is the...
ตลอด dog.
Whoa! He's behind that door. Thank you for opening it. I'm gonna toss a nade. Guess sharing a brain cell isn't that bad in tactical CQB situations.
Nothing.
The guy by this door was the boss, because he had a nicer AK, more money, and some earrings.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll clear that.
It's also the pants, the camo pants. You gotta have the drip.
That's true, that's true. Camo is the only color that slightly edges out black. Let me refill my mags real quick, just a second. Alright.
That guy with a box felt funny.
I'm just running nods, so I don't even see the colors.
Okay, so hold front.
I'm watching that door in front.
Well, I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, nothing locked has any enemies behind it.
Do we need this for anything, or this is?
No, I'm just paranoid.
No, you're not paranoid. You're just being methodical. You can't rely on there not being enemies.
Okay,
what is?
So
This is it says that it's the comms center.
So that old ass PC behind me, that brick, that's what you want.
Oh, nice. Old ass PC, motherfucker. I grew up using these. How dare you?
Bro, I started on one of these. What are you talking about?
Retrieve the data and report back to lab rat. Copy the data to a floppy disk. What the hell? This is
right in front of me.
What the fuck am I? Tech support? Right in front of you. Oh, extract the floppy. Goes into secure storage. Turn the lamp off. Watching the door. Alright, looks like we killed everything on the first floor.
I forget if it's a sequester room or not, because there's not really anything in it.
I think there's a loot room somewhere around here. But I forget where.
Ah, this is the one I saw before. That's just a cell block.
I think there's someone in the stairs over there.
Oh, here's the stairs.
That's another office. I think there's loot inside. YBL bedroom is loot room? I see, thank you. Watch the door, I'm gonna take a sip. You good?
He's busy bleeding.
Where is the bedroom? Is it also down here? Is he in, does he go back in the stairs?
Well, he wasn't in the stairs.
Yeah, I think he's still on the stairs.
No, he was over here by this corner, and he has absconded to go die somewhere.
Well, it's on the upper floor. Left if we go up the stairs. Thank you, Marisol.
Yeah, so this right here leads directly to the exit, which means it's not going to hit the bedroom. The other stairs to the left would be the ones.
I can... Is that you heavy breathing?
Nope, that's the guy I shot. He was standing here.
I think he's in the room to the right. The one where you just closed the door.
Okay,
he's
not in here.
He's in the generator room. Haha, think fast, chuckle nuts. Nope, you didn't hit him. Shitty Soviet grenade seemed like more of a suggestion. Nope.
Okay, so he's not in the near angle. Up!
And he bled out. Nice.
What the fuck?
What was it?
Dude, look at this. I don't know if you can see the blast pattern here, but this is the grenade. This is him.
Yeah, that's... The grenades here do that. Another generator room key. It is helpful that he ran into the room that's locked with the key that he's carrying. Alright, I guess we now push up the stairs. Are these the stairs? These are not the stairs.
1 second, let me just double check my key container because I'm not sure I have this one. Main... Yep, I do. Cool.
SFR Cloudy, welcome to the chat. Yes, this is indeed a Vanessa raid. It has been that for the last 10 minutes. Welcome, and good morning, I guess. How are you doing? Oh, I remember this part. Nope, never mind, I don't. I haven't been in this bottleneck. Don't run off, no Terry.
No, there's nothing to the right. I'm just making sure. So what you have to the right, I believe here's the cantina.
Opening to the right. Yep, I'm with you. Watching the door.
More to the right.
I hear
secure door can't
footsteps.
close. I'm just gonna come back.
Where are you?
I went into the cantina to make sure nothing is alive.
I think I hear one of them further down the corridor there.
You know what? Checking left, small room.
Yeah, I'm checking the T cross section here. I think something's moving to the right of us. I'm not sure if it's a player or not. No, that's not a player.
I'm leaving this door open for retreat purposes.
Uh-huh. Looks clear.
So this is labeled exit for a reason. That is the main loading dock. We're going this way. Toilet? Toilet.
At this point, I just want to leave.
Oh?
So whichever gets us there.
More toilet.
Oh, there is an exit in front of us. Where the f... Is he directly above us?
Could be. But if you want to leave, we can go this way.
I mean, I
Just
got my...
frankly,
I mean, I got my quest, so...
I don't particularly like the, what you call it? The second story, exit. Look, an asshole.
Listen, it's up to you. He's alive, but hurt.
I'm gonna cross left. There's a secondary passage here.
Yeah, I'm gonna toss a nade at that entrance real quick.
Pushing forward.
Nade out. Didn't hit shit, as you do. These grenades do not fly with 10 FPS anymore, like early access release. That's
I'm on the
big
left
reason
side of the door.
with you.
So there's two ways out of here. The fastest way is
Over the fence on the right, yeah.
left, actually.
Left? Oh yeah, left. Sorry, I got my general directions confused. Okay, nods go off because they're not helpful here.
There's also a bunch of guns to the right and above us.
Above our
Drones.
additional NPCs, yeah. Oh, thankfully, the normal lighting conditions.
So do you want to hit the wall first?
I'd say hit the wall and make a run for it.
No, do you want to first?
Do I want to first? Yeah, okay. Quickly check. Running to the wall. I'm over the wall. You need help?
No, just give me a sec. I need to fucking heal.
I ran out of hand stamina. One of them was shooting at me from across the wall. There was one behind the fence. On the other side of the wall. Are you good?
Really? The patrol? That's
yes. You good?
Bandaging.
I'm keeping them entertained to the best of my ability, but there's at least one guy with an AK over there. Above me are additional NPCs, good to know.
I can't believe you caught the patrol in the outer perimeter.
Well, I did get him. That might as well search the fucker. Yeah, he just popped out of a bush. Oh, nice. Golden credit card. Hell yeah. YBL office key.
Maximum assholes in the fucking spot above the bunker exit. That's the problem with that exit.
Are you good? Can you make it to the wall?
I have a severe stamina deficiency. One sec. Let me get some Kool-Aid in me.
Not sure I can toss you a haterade over this fence, although it would make for a banger ad read.
Oh, my Kool-Aid comes from other people. Top it off with some drugs. Okay, time to perform the Mexican Olympics. He shot me in the ass. Son of a bitch.
Well, you did ask for the Mexican experience.
Genuinely accurate. Totally authentic. 100%.
10 out of 10 would fence hop again. All right, let's go to an LZ and extract out of this shithole.
Sorry, I gotta pull that shit out of me.
Oh, you need a circuit even. Nice. Where did he hit you?
Honestly? I wasn't joking. He actually hit me in the ass.
Let me, okay. Alright, where is the LZ? Oh, it's right in front of us.
I thought I was being cute. No, I didn't check the wound spot.
Whoa. I think that patrol by the wall is usually what trips up most people trying to run and get their shit from YBL. Because they
he usually stops by the hole, the entrance, that bunker.
I assume
and you can just clap him there.
I assume he just heard gunshots and went towards the gunshots.
Exfil, confirmed. Raven en route to Lima 1.
Alright, but I'd say this was an outstanding success.
Yeah, I had extra first aid anyway.
Let's wait for our bird here. A friendly over there. I wonder if that's going to give me more YBL tasks, or am I just done with that area? May not want to squat in the middle of that field, though. Oh, that's not our bird. Never mind. The goddamn air traffic. Wait times for a bird are 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yep, all kinds of shit going down. It might be why there was so many extra guys on top of the exit.
I don't think server density spawns additional people, but it definitely makes them harder to kill. Well, listen, at least I got to build out the Mark 18 that I really wanted, so... Not...
This is Raven, arriving shortly near your position. ETA 30 seconds.
I spent a whole stack of 4.6. Though the extra I picked up might be why I still have any.
Ah, well, you did YOLO pretty hard on the mag dumping, which I guess you have to with ball ammo.
Well, when there's 2 or 3 guys you're dealing with, it's fuck it.
Yep, that's fair, that's fair.
I'm here, move it, go!
Alright, hop on.
Strap in, we're heading out.
What are we looking at in terms of tasking? I'm gonna probably call it a day, but we're gonna have a second dedicated gray zone farming stream with none of the Zatsu and just all of the tasking, so we'll figure out what we want to do, because we have Hunter's Paradise, we have Blue Lagoon, we have a shit ton of Tiger Bay tasks to hit.
Ugh. I've never even been to Tiger Bay. The place sounds like a nightmare.
It is a nightmare. You just eat shit for the fun of it. Like it's legitimately just the place where the devs abuse you.
Get ready. 1 minute.
Yeah, it's all urban combat, right? So it's basically Namthaven with level 3 enemies.
No, there are no level 3 enemies in Tiger Bay. Well, I mean, except for the mall.
I'm just gonna pronounce that, or sorry, spell that M-A-U-L in my head.
Top off my ammo. I did actually burn through most of the 5.56 that I brought in.
Approaching the LZ. 30 seconds.
I think that's hard. Go to Midnight Hotel. That place is shredding you. I know. I don't have a single doubt about that, Marisay. That's why I stay well the fuck away from Midnight Sapphire. Although I do have some tasks there. If we get some more people to run tasks, if we get like at least a full squad, probably some extra people, I think that'll be the optimal play here.
And we're back. Home sweet home.
All right. Oh, thank you.
I've never been stupid enough to check, but can you faceplant into the rear rotor?
I avoid testing that, but you know what? You do you, and don't let me stifle your creativity. Do you want a suppressor for the MP7 or not?
Sure.
Let me buy you one, since you helped out with the task. Just a second, let me find it. MP7, there it is. Where are you?
I'm the one with the MP7.
Well, I'm not looking at everyone's hands now, am I? There you are. Let me find an open spot where choppers don't land. Alright, there's your suppressor.
Thank you.
There you go. Now you're nice and stealthy. Okay, then. I'm gonna close the VC. Don't spend it all. Yeah, don't spend it all in one place.
That is like a Swedish K.
Right, I'm hopping off VC. But
Okay.
Thank you for running YBL.
No problem.
Okay. That's probably going to be it for today because it's been 5 hours, and I think that's probably a pretty good cutoff point for the stream. Let's find someone to raid. There should be some friends of ours currently streaming. But I hope you've enjoyed this. It's not often that we have highly condensed gray zone action. Mostly it's just me crawling around in the bushes. But make sure to join the Discord, follow the Twitter. That's where all of the stream announcements happen. We're going to have a larger Gray Zone community night, by the way, where we still are accepting sign-ons to go and play Gray Zone with us. All you need to do is be in the Discord and, you know, have Gray Zone as a game, and then you can take part. So we're going to try to make that a more or less constant fixture of the channel going forward, if we get enough people to sign on and participate, of course. Yeah, next stream is as usual on Wednesday. We don't have a run of show for it just yet. Let's see. Who can we raid? Well, we did witness a few shootings, so I guess. Can we do this? I wonder. Oh, really? I wonder if we can do this. Fuck it, we're raiding Donut Operator because he's playing Ready or Not. Time to backseat, boys. He's also running the pornographer mission, which is absolutely hilarious. All right, let's go tell he's running the less than lethal pepper ball. He's going for the S rank. Hell fucking yeah. Absolute W. All right then. This has been Onii-san. Follow the socials. Stay buff, stay free, drink water. Kuramaru out.